आम्ही खाली पाठवतोय आपल्या प्रोजेक्ट वर्कशॉप वाईज हे आहे प्रोजेक्ट आहे.
FDP समरायझेशन करायचं व्हॅलिडिटरी फंक्शनला कोण करू शकते म्हणजे कोणा Now, today's session will be start in 5 minutes. Before that, I am going to introduce today's speaker. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce today's speaker, Dr. Medha Gizre Madam, who is having more than 34 years experience in academics and research. Ma'am is Institute NBA Coordinator, IS and Academic Coordinator of AISSMS Polytechnic since 2001. She has published more than 8 papers in international conferences and published papers in various international journals. Ma'am has also published books on physics at state as well as national level. She has won the zonal competition in SPPU's Avishkar research competition. She has received second prize in national level paper presentation competition, namely Raman Memorial Competition organized by Department of Physics, SPPU Pune. She has received Certificate of Appreciation from MSBT Mumbai for preparation of lab manuals. She has worked as a project coordinator and subject expert for curriculum revision and preparation of laboratory manuals of MSBT for all schemes. She has been appointed for preparing web-based learning material for GPDL students on Vidya Vahini for distance learning. Ma'am has also worked as a resource person for Virtual Learning Center of MSBT for distance education. She has worked as a resource person to deliver a session on NBA accreditation for faculty development program in various institutes. She has worked as a reviewer for the Applied Physics book of AICT model curriculum. She has also received the AISSMS Excellence Award by AISSM Society in 2019. Now I request Madam to continue the session.
Thank you, Madam, for the introduction. So today, we are again in FDP's third session, day 2 first session rather. It is on OBE and COPO, PSO, mapping, assessment and attainment. So the points I will be covering in today's session are: what is outcome, program outcome, program specific outcome, writing COs, mapping of course outcome with program outcome and program specific outcomes, action verbs in BLT, that is Bloom's level taxonomy, assessment strategy for outcome based education, program outcome from the competency point of view, competencies and performance indicators, sample question papers for Bloom's taxonomy level, model question paper, rubrics, procedures for CO attainment calculation, MSBT assessment patterns, calculating attainment of COs, calculating attainments of POs and PSOs, COPO attainment flow chart, PO attainment analysis, PO attainment which is not required for diploma education system, but it is required for the engineering colleges. Few participants are from the engineering college, so I'll be briefing on PO attainment too. Then OBE practice as is, I'll give you the capsule view of SAR of diploma system. Then what you should take care of SAR, or what you should look into SAR when the visit is planned for the institute. Then the preparation of course files, personal files and P files for this criteria 3 of diploma engineering. So what is present scenario? If you look at the present scenario, when the faculty is in the institute, he is given the curriculum, he is given the workload. According to workload and the curriculum, he prepares the teaching plan, lab plan, right? Also, he refers the learning material such as textbook, reference books, or some notes, handouts, right? Then also he goes for the previous year question papers when he teaches. He sees what all things are asked in the previous exams. Also, when all these things are gathered, he goes for the traditional way of teaching. He also sees what is the level of students in the class, and accordingly he prepares herself or himself for the delivery of the lectures. So what is the observation from this present approach that one should understand? There are no explicit statements pertaining to what, why we are doing this, what is the need of doing all these things while teaching the courses or delivering the courses. What are we actually doing? What is the purpose from the student standpoint or point of view, or from the teacher point of view? Is it just merely the success in the examination? So we need to compare whether we need the result analysis, or we need the outcome, or we need the output. So there is a difference between outcome and output. Now half the way we are there in OBE also, our institute is following many things. So we are partially understood that this should be done, but we are not focused to OBE. So when I am asking these questions to myself, I really want to think on it whether I want output or outcome, or I just want that the student should get 40% marks in the board examination. So that should be thought on. Okay. So the above questions, they are relevant to context of program also. I said this for the course, that is the faculty centered out here. Okay. So we are thinking on course outcome for these questions. Similarly, we can ask this question to ourselves for the program, or the HOD can think on this from program point of view also. So what is OBE? OBE is making these statements explicit which are implicit. Okay, so making these outcomes explicit will benefit. So you have internal and external stakeholders, right? So we want to satisfy these stakeholders through this OBE. OBE is further linked to the NBA accreditation. So it is not so that you have to go through the OBE or implement OBE in the institute only for the sake of NBA or for NAC. It is for the satisfaction of a stakeholder or a customer. So internal stakeholders, we know they are students, management, faculty. Even as a teacher, every time when you come out of the lecture, when you finish out your lecture, you feel that there is a satisfaction that I have delivered these lectures using these methods, and it is percolated among the students to certain level, right? So that is our satisfaction every time. But sometimes we feel that the students are not following, they are not doing. So there we try some other method of delivering those particular contents. Okay, so this OBE includes all those things, the teaching methodologies, the percolation of the contents, so that the outcome, desired outcome can be obtained. Okay. So when I compare my OBE with the traditional teaching approach, what is the basic difference? So when I say OBE, it is totally learner-centered or a student-centered activity. So in OBE always it is a responsibility of a learner to understand. It is a responsibility of a learner to understand. It is not the responsibility of teacher to understand. You can make them understand by various techniques. You can develop their cognitive level thinking by applying various methodologies. On the other hand, we can see that the traditional teaching method is teacher-centered. Means teacher comes in the class, uses chalkboard and delivers the lecture. So that is our traditional way. So actually, what happens now also, when we have a lesson plan, teaching plan, we count the number of lectures, are 32 lectures are there or not, or the 64 lectures are there or not. I'll have to run, I'll have to finish out my syllabus. So that is nothing but the traditional way of teaching. But we have to summarize, or we have to consolidate the concepts and let it percolate at least 60 to 70% when you deliver the lecture. Because when the student attends the lecture, it is not that 100% learning is fulfilled. We always give them 50 to 60% when the students attend in the class. But when the learner learns or the student learn, it is again progressed up to say 80-90%. And when actually he prepares for the exam or when actually he goes to field, then he understands the concepts better, and then it is 100% learning. So that is what is to be focused. So in case of OBE, teacher role is a partner or a facilitator. Okay, so हम जो बोलेंगे वही करना है, ऐसा मेथड OBE में नहीं चलेगा. Okay, so OBE is focused on a learner's understanding. So you will have to be a mentor. You should be a mentor of a student. So in case of a traditional method, on the other hand, you can see that the teacher's role is as an instructor. He just instructs, ye karo, wo karo. Okay, come prepared with this, write this, submit this. Okay, so it's an instruction. So, but on the other hand, when I say I'm a mentor, I try to understand the difficulty of a learner, where he is lacking in the levels of understanding, say psychomotor, cognitive or affective. Affective is the most difficult to assess or understand from teacher point of view. Unless and until that student speaks out, we cannot develop his affective domain. But we can always develop his cognitive and psychomotor domain. So in OBE, the focus is on learner's output, and in traditional, the focus is on teacher's input. Okay, teacher's input is focused in traditional system, but learner's output is focused in OBE. Then it is flexible and empowering. Okay, that is our mission also. We want to empower our students, right? So that is involved in the concept of OBE. But in case of teacher center, the teacher may be a rigid person. Unless and until you do this, I will not continue. So that is the rigidness, rigid and controlled behavior of a teacher is seen in traditional teaching. Then in OBE, it is emphasized on progress and overall learning of a learner. And whether the traditional way, it is emphasized on the product. Then in case of OBE, learning outcomes or learning programs are seen as guide that allows teachers to be innovation and creative in achieving learning outcome. So I'll have to use different methodologies for cognitive development so that I can get the desired outcome. Say sometimes I need a demonstration method, sometimes I need lecture method, sometimes I need flipped classroom, sometimes it may be what you can say problem solving method, then project method. Many methods are there, you all are aware of it. So you have to use all those methods so that the students will be empowered. In case of traditional method, the course objective syllabus is seen rigid and non-negotiable. जैसे कि in MSBT, I scheme curriculum also, in the practicals you have that star marks. So they are focusing कि these experiments are compulsory. So that is a partially traditional method. But further they say you can take the content beyond syllabus. So content beyond syllabus comes under OBE, where you give the feel of actual practice, right? Then OBE, it is a criterion reference assessment, that NBA criteria 1 to 7 for the program assessment, that we all know it is based on criteria. But in case of traditional system, it is a reference assessment, or it is as per the institute, you can say. It is normally applicable to the school level. Different schools have different assessment patterns, different delivery pattern, different analysis pattern. So that is a traditional way. Okay. Then in OBE, it is ability building and skill development. And in teaching using traditional methods, it is content based or content delivery method. So finally, what is outcome? So course outcome, when I state, they are what a student on successfully completing that particular course will be able to do, will be able to perform, okay, and earn pass grade and credit which they can demonstrate after learning the course. So these are referred as learning outcomes or student outcomes, but in NBA you call it as course outcome, that is CO. So note that the emphasis on use and application of knowledge is imparted or acquired by successful student in the course. So that you have to make sure while performing or while forming the course outcomes. So the central key concept in OBE is nothing but outcomes. So if there is no outcome, there is no OBE. OBE means everywhere you try to find out the outcome. So we have course outcomes and program outcomes. So first let us see OBE as a system. So when I say OBE as a system, I have design, implementation, continuous improvement. So these are the three basic parameters of any OBE system. So what is the key question that should be focused in OBE? What do we want our student to achieve? That you call program outcome, PO. How do our students achieve it? It will be through the curriculum comprising courses with course outcome, teaching learning process and assessment. How do we know that COs, how well the students have achieved the COs? That for that we need to assess the COs and POs and find the attainment. So how do we close loop the further improvement? So how do I know that I have achieved? So for that I should have some assessment of attainment of COs and POs. That is what our criteria 3 coordinators do when we submit our attainment sheets to them. They analyze those attainment sheets, further they find the PO attainments, and then based on the targets set for the COs and POs, they further suggest the improvements in their DAP committee, in their departments, also at the institute level through IQSC. We implement it that we have to improve on such and such point through our attainment sheets, CO attainment sheets, through various parameters. Okay. So these continuous improvements we have done in our institute. You all know that the sheets were revised and you were feeling that why it is revised, why we have to rework again and again. So till we get our outcome, we'll have to revise. Moreover, it was the suggestion from some external body, that's why we implemented, right? So this is our OBE model in short. Always you have to plan, do, check and act. So this was yesterday given or told by Professor Fate. So in plan, what you are planning a vision mission, you are planning course outcomes, you are planning program outcomes. Then do, what are you doing? You are developing a teaching learning system in which you need the resources, facilities, you need the learning activities, co-curricular, extracurricular activities. Then you have a different teaching methodologies. So that becomes do part of this OBE model.
Then check. What are we checking? We are assessing and evaluating. What are we assessing? We are assessing institute, we are assessing program, we are assessing course. So fortunately through the MSBT system, every semester we have internal academic monitoring, and that is called as internal academic audit in NBA system, and we do that. So that is what we do as a check in OBE. Then finally ACT. ACT is, in that we have the updates. Like 3 years back there was different attainment sheet, direct attainment sheet, indirect attainment sheet we used to form, and the parameters were also different, external internal tools were different. So depending on that we did that time, then we gave a thought on this process, then again we revised it, and we came to the conclusion that these factors should be internal, these factors should be external, and then we revised the sheet. Now we have the semi-automatic attainment sheet with us, which provides all the necessary actions which are given in the to-do list of our attainment sheet that you all know, right? So when you plan what in kind of inputs you need feedback from the interested parties. So what are these interested parties? Who are these interested parties? They are your internal and external stakeholders. So you take a feedback of this person on different parameters for the progress of institution. And then you plan, then you do, then you act, check, and then you act, right? So that is what is nothing but the continuous quality improvement. So what is the key constituent of OBE? So you can see the triangle out here, vision, mission. Actually when you design, you go from top to bottom. But when you implement, you apply from bottom to top. First you achieve the course outcome, you write the course outcome, assess the course outcomes, find the CO attainment. Then you have a graduate attributes given by NBA. Those are your program outcomes. They are 7 in number for diploma system. They are 12 in number for engineering system. Because they have their 2 different systems, tier 1 and tier 2. So tier 1 I think is for autonomous institutes, and tier 2 is for the remaining private institutes or partially aided institutes, you can say. So for that government institutions, they are 12 in number, but for diploma all over Maharashtra or all over the India rather, it is a 7 PO system now. Then you have a program educational outcomes, objectives, and those are again now defined by MSBT, we have taken them. Then vision, mission of program and institute. So there is a relation between CO, PO, PSO and PEO. Okay, so what is that relation that we will see through the demonstration? We'll see different sheets, we'll write the CO statements, we'll write the question paper according to Bloom's taxonomy, and then we'll come to know how we will relate. Okay. So this is your NBA SAR. For diploma engineering program, you have this NBA SAR, where part A is your institute information, part B is a program level criteria. In that you have 7 criterias: vision, mission, program educational objectives, criteria 1, program curriculum teaching learning 2, course outcome program outcome 3, student performance 4, faculty information and contribution 5, facilities and technical support 6, continuous improvement 7, institute level criteria are criteria 8 and 9. In that you have a student support system and governance, institutional and financial resources. Further you give declaration, and you have an annexure out there for the POs, which are defined as graduate attributes for diploma students, and that we use as our program outcomes. So if you look at the SAR for the
criteria only, you can see that criteria 1, 2, 3, 7 and partially criteria 9 is under OBE. Okay, these criteria, they are related to OBE, where they are directly giving you the outcome through the assessment and attainment processes. Okay. So what are the program outcomes which are given by the NBA authority? First of all, understand what is PO. So POs are to be in line, they are in line with the graduate attributes, they are given according to Washington Accord. So in India, Washington Accord is implemented by Indian government or Indian education policies are as per the Washington Accord, and we follow them as graduate attribute and program outcome. So POs are to be specific, measurable and achievable, that is taken care in the Washington Accord. So NBA has well defined 7 POs as I said, and it is common to all the institutions in India. So in the curriculum given to the student, there should be clear mention of course objectives and course outcome along with COPO course articulation matrix, that is mapping. So first of all, we should know what all POs are there in the system. So first PO1, it is basic and discipline specific knowledge. What is expected in this? Apply knowledge of basic mathematics, science, engineering, fundamentals and engineering specializations to solve engineering problems. So if it is solving the engineering problem, then only you can map this. Okay. Then PO2, problem analysis, identify and analyze well-defined engineering problems using codified standard methods. Okay. PO3, design and development of solutions. So design solution for well-defined technical problems and assist with design of system components or processes to meet specified needs. I'll take one example here so that you will come to know what is the meaning of this. PO4, engineering tool, experimentation and testing. So apply modern engineering tools and appropriate techniques to conduct standard tests and measurements. PO5, engineering practices for society, sustainability and environment. So apply appropriate technology in context of society, sustainability, environment and ethical practices. PO6 is project management. Use engineering management principles individually or as a team member or a leader to manage projects and effectively communicate about well-defined engineering activities. PO7 is lifelong learning. It is an ability to analyze individual needs and engage in updating it in the context of technological changes. Then PSOs. PSOs, they are restricted to the programs as we need. So they describe what the diploma graduate of a specific engineering program should do. So here I have taken the example of a civil engineering department where their PSOs are knowledge from expertise. So what they expect the students to enrich, or they enrich the students with knowledge through expertise ranging from town planning to structures. Another PSO in their department is quality assurance. So increasing awareness among the students about cost, time and quality issues in construction to develop social and leadership skills. This is their PSO 2. So likewise you can define the PSOs of your program. Remember, the PSOs should be achievable. They should be realistic. So yesterday madam told, Vanzade madam also told that it has to be measurable, then specifiable or specific in nature. There should be scope to improve also. Okay. So according to revised Bloom's taxonomy, okay, when we are defining COs, we take care of this Bloom's taxonomy. What is Bloom's taxonomy? It is actually you can say a pointer to define something in OBE. Maybe a course outcome, maybe your question paper setting, maybe your assessment methodology. So it suggests you at what level the outcome is expected. So suppose it is a first year course. You expect the outcome till application level. Okay, see this, remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate and create. These are the 6 levels of Bloom's taxonomy. Out of which these 3, the below 3, they are taken care of by our system itself. Like our end semester exams, class tests, assignments or orals. Okay, and the upper part, create, evaluate and some part of analyze, that is taken care through capstone projects or your micro projects or major projects in your 3rd year. Okay. So Bloom's taxonomy is a hierarchical meaning that learning at higher level requires skills and lower level to be attained. So when you attain the lower 3 levels, then only you go for the higher levels. So aim of any institute should be the attainment of a higher level. Bloom's level, okay. So in Bloom's taxonomy, when I say, in using Bloom's taxonomy framework in planning and designing of assessment of students learning, following points need to be considered. First is, normally the first 3 learning levels, as I said, remembering, understanding and applying, and to somewhat extent 4th level also, analyzing, are assessed in the progressive assessment, that is continuous assessment you perform for theory and practicals. Okay, end semester exam where students are given limited amount of time, fixed amount of time. So when the time is, when any activity is time bound, it is always in line with the Bloom's below 3 levels. Recall, that is remember, understand and apply. It cannot be a higher level if it is a time bound activity. Then higher Bloom levels, namely analysis, evaluation and creation, can be assessed in extended coursework or in variety of ways like course projects, mini project, micro project, internship experience or implant trainings, you can say, final year projects. So for higher level achievements, you go for these activities. Now while writing the COs in Bloom's level, you will have to connect, it connects to learning required to answer the questions in exam. Bloom's taxonomy is widely used in education to take students beyond the simple memorization. Okay, simple recalling is not expected by Bloom. Okay, so what are those levels? I have purposely written it with the old taxonomy also. In the old taxonomy, it was knowledge. Now we call it as remembering, that is recall. In old taxonomy, it was comprehension. Now I call it as understanding. Then was application, now it is applying, analysis, analyzing, evaluation, evaluating, synthesis is now creating. So attainment or attaining POs requires reaching high level of Bloom's taxonomy for teaching, learning as well as assessment. So what is the cognitive domain of revised Bloom's taxonomy? So remember, it is just expecting recalling from memory of the previously learned material. Understanding, explaining ideas or the concepts in own word, in one's own word, what you understand, what you feel that it is. Applying, using the information in another familiar situation. So if you suppose you are given the numericals to the students to solve and you have explained it using a chalkboard method and you ask the student, you just change the situation or change the data in the numerical and ask them to perform. So that is nothing but the apply level. Analyzing, Decomposing a system, information into parts and connections between them to explore understanding and relationship. Evaluating, you justify a decision or a course action. Why you have done this, that you need to specify, justify or explain. Okay, so pros and cons you need to analyze when you say evaluation level. Create, generating new ideas, products or new ways of reviewing things. So thinking out of box or something beyond the curriculum, that you can say create. Okay. So now course outcomes. Given a curriculum, we design the detailed course in terms of syllabus description, prerequisites, credits, textbooks, reference books, question bank, contain details of the units, lesson plan and assessment. So these are the things which you required for COs. Now when you implement, what happens? Teaching, learning and assessment, these processes go together, right? So there should be a constructive alignment of teaching, learning and assessment. So assessment driven course outcome, assessment drives further the teaching, learning. So COs are nothing but the central part of OBE, but OBE is always transformational. So that is what is expected when you change the Bloom's levels. So now the examples of course outcome. So let us take the example from mechanical engineering now. Suppose the title of the course is heat and mass transfer. So the course outcome, I can say solve practical engineering problems using basic concepts of heat and mass transfer. Evaluate steady and unsteady performance for insulation fin and thermocouple. Analyze laminar and turbulent boundary layer flow on the internal and external regions. Design shell and tube type heat exchangers for convenient heat transfer application. Analyze phase change heat transfer process applied to process heat applications. Determine radiation heat transfer rates in engineering problems. Perform design calculations of thermal equipment and prepare technical report. So this can be the example of course outcome for say mechanical engineering. You can see that I have highlighted the Bloom's verbs, action verbs in the red color of each statement. So now when I map COs with POs, the mapping of matrix you call it as articulation matrix. So the rows are COs and the columns are POs out there. Each element or the cell of matrix has a value either blank 1 or 2, 1, 2 or 3. Total levels are 3. If some CO is not matched with PO, you prefer to leave it blank. Rather in SAR it is mentioned it is dash, but when NBA committee visited to us, they specifically told us to leave it blank, and now that's why we have changed our COPO mapping and we are keeping the mapping, no mapping as a blank in our articulation matrix. The meaning associated with these values are, when I say 1 or when I say blank, there is very low mapping or there is negligible mapping or no mapping. 1, relevant and small significance. 2, medium or moderate significance. 3, strong significance. So these values have to be justified in implementing teaching, learning and assessment of the course in terms of Bloom's level. In the form of question, it may be in the form of problem, maybe in the form of assignment. Okay. So you need to justify why the mapping is 1, why the mapping is no mapping, why the mapping is 3. So let us take the example of a computer engineering department now. So the course is Advanced Microprocessors, semester 6 of our diploma system. They have these course outcomes as analyze the functional block diagram of 80386, compare Pentium processors, differentiate between RISC, CISC and hybrid processors, develop program in assembly language using different functions of DOS or DOS and BIOS interrupts. Now this is a mapping they have shown. Okay. they have saying that the PO 5, 6, 7 has no mapping, PSO 1, PSO 2 has mapping because it is a program defined, so they can always map. There is no restriction on mapping of PSOs, right? Because they are defined by the programs itself to be achieved, right? So you can see here that every column, the average of every column gives you the correlation level of this mapping. Say 1.00, 2.25, 1.65. So this correlation level you can see, that is the average of every column they have taken. Now justification. Why is this mapping? How will you justify? So I am taking only one CO out here and I'll show you how to justify this. Okay. So the first CO was, what was first CO? Analyze the functional block diagram of 80386. Okay. The mapping shown for this is PO1, PO2 mapping is 2, PO3 mapping is 1, PO4 mapping is 1, PSO and PSO 1 and 2 both have 1, 1 mapping. Okay. So let's see the justification now. What is our PO1? PO1, if I go to the POs, I'll have to go back a lot. Basic and discipline specific knowledge, problem analysis is PO2, design and develop solution PO3, engineering tools PO4. That is what they have shown in mapping, right? So let's go now. So when I want to justify, I will say PO1, basic concepts of 80386 is introduced. Okay, because the mapping level shown is 1 here. So it is just introduced, right? Then PO2, various problems related to 80386 are identified and analyzed. You can see their level was 2, moderate. So I need the justification like that. Then PO3, solutions to well-defined problems related to 80386 will be designed. Okay. So they want to design, they have a certain idea in their mind, and so the mapping is 1 out there. So I can justify it that way. Then PO4, various engineering tools such as programming will be used while analyzing the problem. What was the mapping? 1. Will be used. They have idea in their mind, they have not implemented. Okay. PSO1, use of the 386 for application of computer hardware and software. So they have the regular use, they know how to use. So introductory level, they can use, okay, because they know the process that way. So PSO2, increase awareness about cost time. Increase awareness. So this is not creation of awareness, it is you can say it is related to your emotions. Okay, so you try to emphasize on the points, but the learner may not understand up to that level. So you are creating awareness, and that's why the level they have shown is 1. So it's okay. You can just say that it is introduced, it is introductory. So that is how you need to justify all the COs. Why the mapping is like that. Okay, so every PO should be justified according to the CO. So the non-NBA departments understand this. For every course, you need this justification. Okay. So these are some references I have taken from NBA website. You can go through it after we finish out. Now we'll go to the action verbs in Bloom's taxonomy for assessment. Now the COs are formed. Now you want to assess them, right? So choice of action verbs in constructing assessment questions, quite often the action verbs are indicators of complexity level of a question. So you can say the hardness level. Okay, kitna hard hai apna paper, what is the level of understanding or what is the level of outcome for that particular course, that is defined by this action verb. It is also measurable verb corresponding to each Bloom's cognitive level. Cognitive levels right now we have seen. It also describes and clarifies observable knowledge, skills and abilities. So it is also useful in framing the examination or assignment questions. So these are the advantages of using action verbs in Bloom's taxonomy. Now what are the action verbs for each level of Bloom? For example, remember level. What is skill expected to be demonstrated? You will develop the ability to recall facts, conventions, definitions, jargons, technical terms, classification, categories and criteria. You will be able to recall methodology, procedure. Like when you say write a procedure of something, it is a remember level question. It's like that. Okay. Principle, theories, knowledge of dates, events, when this has happened, like in history, you ask questions, at what date this war took place, so so that is nothing but a remember level question. So what kind of questions or what kind of action verbs you will use? List, define, tell, describe, recite, recall, identify, show, label, tabulate, quote, name, who, when, where, all these are remember level questions. Okay. Then understand. The skill demonstrated here, understanding a particular concept, information, grasping something, translate knowledge into new context. You are given, suppose voltage and a current, you are finding resistance. So you have given the basic inputs and now you are transforming it to the resistance. So that can be the understanding level. Then interpret some facts. In your experiments, you tell the students to write the interpretation from the experiment they have performed. So that's the understanding level. Compare, contrast, order, group, infer, cause, predict consequences. All these are understanding level. So what kind of action verbs are there? Describe, explain, paraphrase, restate, associate, contrast, summarize, differentiate, interpret, discuss. Now you will find some action verbs are common in two levels, but you will have to see it contextually. It has to be remember or it has to be understanding. So you may find some words common in the levels, Bloom's levels, right? Then apply. Here you are expecting the information, using the information already given to you, using methods, concepts, laws, theories, new situations. In new situations, solving problems, using required skills and knowledge, demonstrate something. So here the questions can be calculate, predict, apply, solve, illustrate, use, demonstrate, determine, model, experiment, show, examine, modify. Then in analyze level, what you expect? You expect the breakdown of a problem into various parts. You segregate the things, okay, so that it can be given to different applications. Okay. So here you identify the relations and interactions between different parts of complex problem. So here the question cues can be classify, outline, breakdown, categorize, analyze, diagram, illustrate, infer, select. So this can be, now this select from the given data can be understanding level also, but it can be analyze level also. Okay, so it depends on the context where you are applying this level. Okay. Then evaluate. In evaluate, you always expect comparison or discrimination between the ideas. So here the questions I will directly go: assess, decide, choose, rank, grade, measure, defend. When you want to have a argument on something, then you always need the evaluation. Okay. हम बोलते हैं ना, पहले समझ लो और फिर बोलो. Okay, so that there you need evaluation, you need a back reference, you need the experience, and then you speak or communicate, right? So convince, select, judge, support, conclude, argue, justify, compare, summarize, evaluate. So these are the action verbs here. Then create. So here you have old ideas, but you create something new. So there you design, formulate, build, invent, create, compose, generate something, integrate something. So the action verbs in BLT for assessment, it may be noted that some of the verbs in above tables are associated with multiple Bloom's level. So these verbs are actions that could apply to different activities. So we need to keep in mind that it is the skill, action or activity we need the students to demonstrate that will determine the contextual meaning of the verb and used in the assessment of a question. So whenever you want to assess, what do you assess? You assess at the student level, you assess course level, program level and institute level. And what is that assessment loop? Assessment loop is how well do we achieve our program outcome. Finally, what do we want to achieve? We want the outcome of our program, outcome of electronics engineering department, outcome of civil engineering department, outcome of computer engineering department. So you have your specific outcomes and POs given by NBA and you want students to achieve that. Okay, so for that what you need to gather the evidences. Okay, for that we need to gather the evidences. Then we want to interpret the evidences. You have evidences with you. हमें पता है कि ये किया तो ये होता है, तो we want to interpret it or we want the students to perform accordingly. Then through this what is happening actually? You enhance teaching, learning, information in the institute, decision making and also budgeting. Okay, so that is why you need this assessment loop. So when you plan for assessment, again, you need a Bloom's level. Remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, create. Purposely I have written it upside down. So below 3 levels, as we know, it is achieved through fixed hour examination. That is your end semester examination or progressive assessment. And upper 3 levels you achieve from projects, micro projects, capstone project, implant training, right? So assessment strategies. Now if you look at those POs, अगर हमने वो PO 7 read किए फिर से, तो ऐसे देख के ही हमें नहीं लग रहा है कि it is achievable. Okay, हमें देख के नहीं लग रहा है achievable. हमें ऐसे लगता है कि it is only achieved through capstone projects only. It cannot be achieved at the different levels of assessment. Okay, so उसके लिए what you need a competency to be judged, and for those competencies you need the performance indicators. So अगर मुझे पता है कि क्या है मेरे बच्चे की competency, or accordingly if I set the performance indicators, I can achieve that PO. Okay, कोई कोई बच्चे होते हैं ना कि उनको लिखना अच्छा नहीं लगता है, तो we give some activity to them to understand that concept. So that is nothing but the performance indicator, right? So it is a two-step process again. So POs are useful guidance, they give the useful guidance at the program level for the curriculum design, delivery and assessment of the student learning. However, they represent fairly higher level, and that is what I say ki it is only achievable through capstone project. I cannot achieve it in a regular day-to-day practice. But if I want to make it day-to-day, then real observability and measurability, it is very difficult to achieve through this. So for that, I have to connect them to the competencies and performance indicators. So to connect the higher level outcomes with course content, course outcome and assessment, there is a necessity to bring further clarity in a specificity to the program outcome. Okay, so you have to segregate those program outcomes in competencies and performance indicators. So this can be achieved through the following two steps. Identify the competencies and performance indicators.
हो जर 20च्या वर डिफरन्स असेल ना परत हां
Hello.
आमच्याकडे
We are just taking a break of 2 minutes here because the system. Okay. We are taking a break of 2 minutes here. Okay. सिस्टीम थोडीशी गरम झाली आहे त्यामुळे आपण वेट करू ऑनलाइन. Okay, let's continue then. Shall I start? Okay, so let's continue. So as I said, there are 2 steps. You need to have a competency level of a student and you need a performance indicator accordingly. So how do you identify the competencies of the students? I'll directly go to that. I'll take an example here. So if I take PO3, it is related to design, right? The attribute is design. PO3 is design development of solutions. So design solution for well-defined technical problems and assist with the design of system components or processes to meet specified needs. Okay, so अगर ये हम directly बच्चे को बोलेंगे तो वो कुछ समझेगा ही नहीं. Okay, so इसलिए we need a competency and performance indicator. So how can I segregate this PO in competencies? So I can say this attribute can have competency to demonstrate an ability to define a complex open-ended problem in engineering terms, demonstrate an ability to generate a diverse set of alternative solutions, demonstrate an ability to select optional or optimal design scheme for further development. So now I will consider one competency, and for that how will I find the performance indicator? So what is performance indicator? For each of the competencies identified, we will define performance indicator that are explicit statements of expectation of students learning. So as I started with the OBE, I told you that we want to make the things explicit. So how can I make the things explicit? Through the performance indicators. So I'll directly go to the example because there are many, only half an hour is remaining, so I have to finish out fast. So here the competency 2 is considered, demonstrate an ability to generate a diverse set of alternate design solution. For that I can say the performance indicator, diverse set of design solutions, identify the functional and non-functional criteria for evaluation of alternate design solution. So this can be the segregation to achieve the attribute 3, that is PO3. So it should be noted that when we consider the program outcome, it looks like it can be achieved through only capstone project. Many times I told you, but when I segregate, I can achieve it. So this is a new model of curriculum development of NIT TR Bhopal, and the AICT model curriculum 2. There they focus, we actually up till now what we were knowing, PO and CO, PSO, that's all. But what they say, ki when I want assessment, I should go from PO to competency, competency to PI, that is performance indicator, and then follow the assessment process. So your AICT model curriculum, assessment criteria, all those things are based on this system. Okay, because they have understood that POs are directly not achievable by students. They'll have to be segregated in performance indicators. So if I consider the example of mechanical engineering, I'll just show you one example here. PO1, basic and discipline specific knowledge, apply knowledge of basic mathematics, science, engineering fundamental and engineering specializations to solve the engineering problem. So competency here, demonstrate competency in mathematical modeling, suppose, is the competency. How will I achieve it? Apply mathematical techniques such as calculus, linear algebra and statistics to solve the problems. Apply advanced mathematical techniques to model and solve mechanical engineering problems. So that is how I need to segregate. Actually, the student should understand what you want from him or her. Okay. I will not go through the remaining now because there is very less time remaining. So now the question paper. Sample question paper for Bloom's taxonomy level. So if I want to set a remember level question, the skill stated our ability to recall information like facts vagare, that you already know. These are the questions. I'll directly go to the questions now. What kind of questions you can ask? State Ohm's law, list the physical and chemical properties of silicon, list the components of analog to digital converter, define the purpose of constructor, describe the process of galvanization and tinning, then write the truth table and symbol of AND or NOT, NOR gate, XOR gate, XNOR gate, whatever. What is the difference between declaration and definition of variable function? So all these action verbs you can observe here for remember level. Then for understand, again I'll directly go to the questions. Explain the importance of sustainability and engineering design. Describe the characteristics of SCR and transistor equivalent for SCR. Then discuss the effect of Make in India initiative on Indian manufacturing industry. Summarize the importance of ethical code of conduct for engineering professionals. So these can be the questions for understanding level. Differentiate between something, that can also be the understanding level. How is an array differentiated from linked list? That can be the understanding level. Apply level now. Here you can say model and realize the following behavior using diodes. You give certain criterias, that can be the apply level. Or one of the resource person needs to address a huge crowd, nearly 400 members in the auditorium. A system is to be designed in such a way that everybody attending the session should be able to hear properly and clearly without any disturbance. So you identify the suitable circuit to boost the voice signal and explain the functionality in brief. So this can be the application level question. Similarly, many questions I have defined, but I will not go. One I can read, write an algorithm to implement the stack using Q. So that can be the application level. Now analyze level. Here you expect the complex breakdown of a complex problem. So I can say the question is, a class of 10 students contains 5 males and 5 females. We intend to train a model based on their past scores to predict the future score. So the average score of females is suppose 60, whereas for male it is 80. The overall average of the class is 70. Give 2 ways of predicting the score and analyze them fitting the model. So that way you can make it the segregation of complex into a breakdown, and you use it analyze as an analyze tool. So again the questions can be, say, Aarti wrote a program using functions to give sum of 2 numbers, whereas Bharti wrote the statement to find the sum of 2 numbers in the main, right? In C you write it in function only. Which of the 2 method is efficient in execution and why? So when you want to justify something, that can be the application level. Now evaluate. Here you can say find the errors in the following maths problem. Select the most appropriate action that you should take against a college bully or ragging. Okay. Debate the pros and cons of online mode of teaching learning. So these are the evaluation level questions. Then create. So for both higher order cognitive skills, evaluate and create are difficult to assess in time-bound examinations. So you need some other methods to evaluate them. So what are those? Project, open-ended problem solving exercises, etc. So here I'll read one example only. Suppose an electric vehicle uses lithium ion battery. The batteries have to be charged and get discharged during use. The batteries require continuous monitoring during charging and discharging so that they remain healthy and yield a long life. Design a system to monitor and manage the health of batteries. So that this can be a creation level problem. Or design a campaign to help the stop teenage smoking. That can be a create level problem or question. So now when I set a question paper, I have a model question paper. Okay. So when you go for the paper setting of MSBT also, you give the specification table, right? So according to specification table, you set the question paper. So what are those question number, questions, marks you give? Also you should specify in your case now for the OBE mode, you need CO, you need Bloom's level, you need performance indicator. So it is assumed that you have mentioned COs, you know the Bloom level, you have written the competencies, you have written the performance indicators, and then you map it. Okay, so likewise here is the example of 20 marks question where the marks are given for 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B and 3A, and various levels are mentioned out here through 5 COs are mentioned in this question paper. So I can just take the analysis and I can say that 72% of level 3 is achieved and 28% of level 2, Bloom's level 2 is achieved. Now when I want to do the assessment, always I should have some indicators that we call as rubrics, which you use for your micro projects. So similarly, suppose I am assessing the communication, written and oral communication, I should have the parameters under which I will assess the students, such as proficiency, acceptability and need for improvement. Based on these parameters, I can suppose assess the written communication of the students. I can also assess the presentation, visual aids they are using, oral presentation, body language. I can assess using the specified rubrics. You call those as rubrics, you assess them on these parameters, okay? Then micro project rubrics, they are very well known to everybody in diploma system because MSBT has given us the guidelines for using the rubrics for assessment of micro project, okay? So there the rubrics are, and you assess it on poor, average, good, excellent, and you give the marks out of 10 for each student. Again, there is a 60% weightage for group activity and 4 marks for the individual activity. So that is how you use it. You have different characteristics such as relevance to the course, literature review, completion of target in time. So time management you check out there. Also you find the whether the data is represented properly. You also see whether the prototype is good or no. Then how is the report prepared? That also you assess. So now the attainment. When you go for CO attainment, always you go this way. You have question based on end semester and progressive assessment. Then you have your CO, PI, BL. CO, course outcome, performance indicator, Bloom's level. You evaluate the answer scripts accordingly. You use the rubrics and then you attain the CO. You perform the CO attainment. So in our MSBT AISSMS pattern, you have 3 patterns: theory end semester, theory progressive assessment, PR end semester, progressive assessment, PR. Then some subjects I have only theory such as mathematics. So THEAC and THPA is there, and some subjects are non-theory, they have only PREAC, PRPA like BCC, business communication, right? So when I have first pattern, that is both practicals and theory is there for the course. In that case, I need this. For CO attainment, I have 2 types, internal and external tools. From where I'll get these tools? Internal tools I'll get from D3 format, CANT 17 format D3, and CIAN D5 format, which is given by MSBT. D5 is related to your class test 1, class test 2 and micro project. D3 is related to your PRPA, that is continuous assessment. Then external tools, you have theory and semester exam directly, and also the D4 format of MSBT CIAN 17, that is PRESE, where you have your term work marks, right, or practical exam marks, not term work marks, practical exam marks, internal and external exams. Then for PR end semester and PRPA, that is non-theory subject, there you have internal tool as D3A, okay, and it is related to your continuous assessment and micro project. You have 60-40 weightage out there, right, percentage mein. Then external tool, again it is D4, same as your regular, okay. Now calculating attainment of course outcome. So you can have the calculation as 80-20%, 70-30% as per your institution's policy. But for our institute, we have taken it as direct attainment, CO attainment as 80%, indirect as 20%. So in direct 80% attainment, what do you have? External assessment, we are considering 70%, MSBT examination, theory course, theory, all those things come under that. Then external assessment 70%, you have MSBT non-theory, practical, oral, term work also. Internal 30%, you have institute level examinations such as your PRPA, that is continuous assessment, class test 1, class test 2. In indirect CO attainment, you use course and survey as a tool. Now calculating attainment of COs. So 50% students, if they score more than the average percentage marks of previous 3 years. In our institute, we take the average of previous 3 end semester examination, average of previous 3 class test examinations. So average of previous 3 end semester examinations is used as a target for external tools, and average of class test examination, previous 3 class test examination is taken as the target for internal assessment. So if 50% students are scoring more than the target, level is 1, 60% more than the target, level is 2, 70% students more than the target, level is 3. Further, we have the weightages for PO attainment. Now finally we want the PO or PSO attainment. So in the PO attainment, the 80% part of this CO attainment is considered. So for that direct CO attainment 80% and indirect CO attainment 20%, whatever level you get, that is converted to 80%, and that is considered as a direct PO attainment. Then indirect PO attainment, again 20%, there you require the program exit survey and alumni survey. So these are not directly measurable. So you must have a survey questionnaire with you, and you timely you'll have to give it to the students of your 3rd year and your alumni when you have an alumni meet in the institute. So in short, what is the flow chart for PO attainment? It is this: indirect attainment 20%, direct attainment 80%. In indirect attainment you have alumni and employer survey, program exit survey. In direct attainment you have CO direct, CO indirect. CO indirect is course and survey, and CO direct considers external and internal tool through the assessment processes or assessment patterns of the MSBT. So this is one example I have shown out here. You can have a CO, PO, PSO mapping here. Then you can find the PO, PSO attainment. So that is the average of all the COs in that particular column under that particular PO. So in the middle portion, we have written it as percentage, and that percentage is further converted into levels in the 3rd table. So in short, if I want POs to be attained, I have a direct attainment, say D1, D2, D3, D4, D5, D7. Indirect attainment, I have I1 to I7 through various surveys. So overall, I can say D1 and I1 contributes to find O1. So that is how you can memorize it. PSO attainment, again you can have a direct and indirect, and you can have overall PSO attainment. So this is one example I have shown here from our institute only for the previous NBA cycle, where we had 10 POs, because that time the G scheme was there, and these 7 POs came into existence in January 19. So that onwards we followed 7 POs, but before that the 2 schemes were there, G and I together, for our NBA cycle. So we considered accordingly, and this is the representation of our PO attainment of civil engineering department. Now when I want to attain PEO, now this is exceptional for the diploma faculty, but some faculties are joined from engineering college also. For them this is just a guideline for PEO attainment. So PEO attainment, for the PEO attainment basically you need the committee of a program coordinator, program assessment committee, and a department advisory board. So you will just allot the profiles, different portfolios to different faculties in the institute and to achieve a particular PO. So you can say institute interaction, industrial visit given to some faculty. What is the function of that particular portfolio is to schedule or conduct the visits in the vicinity and other states. So through this I can achieve PEO2 and PEO3. So likewise you can go for all the portfolios. Here also you can have a direct, indirect assessment tools from result, placement record, higher education, graduate survey, alumni survey. So this can be external, internal, it is depending on your committee. So you can assess it, okay. You can have a level of attainment, excellent, very good, good, satisfactory, not satisfactory. That way you can assess PEO. Then again you can give the bifurcation into direct and indirect to attain the 100% weightage. So this is one example. You can say PEO attained for a particular program. For engineering there are 12 POs, that's why I have mentioned 12 POs out there in tier 2 system. So further you can say whether the expected PO is achieved or no. So I'll just recap. We have seen what is CO, what is PO, PSO, CO, PO mapping and justification, PO competency, performance indicator, Bloom's level, how to calculate CO attainment, how to calculate PO and PO attainment, that we have seen. Now when you implement OBE, where do you lack, or where the system fails? If the faculties in the institute, or if the system is lacking in data discipline, that is a main cause of failure of the system. Like in your criteria 3, if the data is not given on time, the faculties are not disciplined, then you fail there. Okay, lack of cohesion in teamwork. Okay, when the faculties pass over their responsibilities to other faculty and the cycle goes on, there is again a non-cohesion. Ye iska kaam tha, mera kaam nahi tha. So when it happens, there always OBE fails. Few do, and that too in parts. Aplela, when you want to do OBE, always you segregate the things in parts. Like when we say, हम पहले बोलते हैं कि understand the sheet, put your data, to-do list जो बनाई है अपने sheet में. So that is segregation in parts to achieve something. Everyone does not go through SAR. That is another difficulty. हमें पता ही नहीं SAR क्या होता है NBA का. Okay. Then too much प्रिंटिंग प्रायर टू एनबीए टीम विजिट, अननेसेसरी प्रिंट निकाल के रखते हैं, ये एविडेंस वो एविडेंस, उसका रिलेवेंस ही नहीं रहता है. द एविडेंस शुड बी एज पर द रिक्वायरमेंट. तो उसके कारण स्ट्रेस बढ़ जाता है. नहीं नहीं, एक बार कमेटी आ जाए तो अच्छा है, ऐसा हो जाता है. In brief, OBE is not fully integrated into the academic system. When you don't have these things properly in the institute, it happens. So what is the capsule view of SAR now? SAR में क्या क्या है? SAR has data for 3 years, CAY M1, that is current academic year -1, current academic year -2. So when I want the 3 pass out batches, I'll have to consider first the current academic year. For example, this is 22-23 is my current academic year. So when I say 3 pass out batches, means the pass out batch of 21-22, 20-21 and 19-20. So when I say 19-20 pass out batch, that particular student who is in 3rd year of 19-20, his data from 17-18 is required for 1st year. His data from 18-19 is required for 2nd year. And his data for 19-20 is required for 3rd year. And this is successively followed for another pass out batches. And that is why whenever you go for NBA, you require the data of previous 5 to 6 years with you. Because when I say 22-23 as a current academic year, I am going for 17-18 as 1st year. So I am going 5 years back. And for some criteria it is required 6 to 7 years back. Okay? Like in criteria 4 if you go, somewhere in calculations require that. Okay. So list of equipments in lab that you require in criteria 6, faculty information, faculty publication, you require in criteria 5, student performance placement criteria 4. So SAR describes the processes, how vision missions are made, stakeholders, all those things are there in criteria 1, 2, 3 and 7. So SAR has calculations for SFR, COPO attainment, expenditure per student, all these things are there in criteria 8 and 9. So calculation by peer visit committee provides scoring with justification in writing. The scoring may differ from institute to institute and program to program. That is what we also have observed in our institute. Okay. So they give you the marks. Also they justify why they have given those marks, or they give the observations. And you will have to comply on the observation. That is what we are going to do in our institute now. Because our NBA cycle is over, or it will be over rather by this 30th June, and we have applied for the NBA compliance for 3 programs of our institute, computer engineering, civil and mechanical engineering. And we have complied also. We are waiting for the NBA team to visit our institute. Now what to look in SAR when the visit is arranged, or when the visit dates are come and the NBA says that we are coming on this date. What all things you should have with you is a clean, good course file. It must include question papers, answer keys or rubrics, result analysis, CO attainment, COPO mapping with justification, that is our exercise 1 in our institute. How were the thresholds or rubrics arrived at COPO attainment calculations? What tools are used? Is there any semi-automatic sheet, or you have purchased some OBE software from external agency and you are using it? Then incremental maintenance means the AMC, that what you have in your institute, annual maintenance contract. Also the data updation in the department for all the criterias. Then efforts towards complex problem solving, that they always see what is not done. They always see what is not done, means what? The upper levels of blooms, how you are achieving those. And that is what is your gap analysis contained beyond the curriculum. extracurricular and co-curricular activities. That is what they focus. They see how you are mapping them with your POs and PEOs. Okay, other levels are mapped. You have your semi-automatic sheet, you give some data, you have some levels calculated, you say that they are achieved. Okay, but those levels are only the below 3 levels achieved, not the upper 3 levels. So they focus on that, and that is how they give the observations to you all. Okay. So faculty awareness on OBE and depth of understanding of the SAR, that is judged, and that we all know it is well judged. Adherence to timings and format for institute department presentation. So when the committee asks to present HOD or a committee asks to present principal, how they are presenting, how is the time managed for the presence of document in front of them through various P files, I files, that is also judged. Following standards, example listing of faculty publications, that is also focused nowadays. Use digital record means how the projectors are used, what all platforms are used for implementation of higher level Bloom levels in your institute. Sharing of good practices within the institute is also judged. Pedagogical approaches such as evidences or exaggerations shown anywhere, that is also judged. Means, is there any manipulation? That is also judged. Then curriculum revision process description, fortunately we get it ready-made from MSBT, so we can stress on that. Then improvement in teaching, learning and assessment compared to the previous assessment, they will always judge. So this is our course file of our institute, AISSMS Polytechnic, where we keep these 23 documents ready in every semester in our course files, where you have MSBT, institute, department calendar, curriculum, list of books, ICT tools used, learning materials in such as handouts, notes, content beyond the curriculum for theory and practical, teaching plan, then COPO mapping justification, theory attendance, class test record for class test, again moderation of class test question paper, analysis of class test on based of COPO targets, then remedial measures for weak students, additional efforts for bright students, then micro project record, progressive assessment for theory, then lab plan, attendance of practical, progressive assessment of practical, then percentage attendance covered, percentage curriculum covered that you need to fill at the time of your external monitoring, analysis of end semester exam that also you require for in your monitoring, COPO attainment of that particular course, and additional data if present in any course file. Similarly, everybody needs to maintain the personal file also, where you should have your name, designation, department, resume. Then in the form of evidences to this resume, you should have your appointment letter, qualification details, experience details, awards and achievements, refresher courses taken, then research papers, publications, books published, conferences, e-learning, then co-curricular, extracurricular contributions, duties performed. So all these things should be there in the personal file. Everybody in the institute should have personal file. Now the P files required for criteria 3 are P23, where you have mapping of COs with POs. It is related to your point number 3.1.1, 3.1.2, rather 3.1 of the criteria 3. P24, it is related to criteria 2 and criteria 3, where you have course file contents, which I read just now. All those contents are involved in this. P25, it is rubrics developed to validate POs. It is annexure 1, that is POs of NBA, and also some survey formats you can put out here. P27 is direct and indirect assessment. So there you should explain the flow charts which you place in your OBE manual. We have formed OBE manual in the institute, so that gives every faculty the idea of this attainment process. So lastly, I can say a bad teacher always complains, mediocre teacher explains, good teacher, mediocre teacher teaches, good teacher explains, better teacher demonstrates, best teacher motivates, and great teacher inspires. Thank you for your patient listening. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. Thank you.
साफेकर सर ऑनलाइन मध्ये क्वेश्चन्स आहेत का बघा.
અહીં આલેલે chat box मध्ये. If anyone have any question from these online participants, please unmute themselves and ask the question.
Anyone have queries?
एक question आहे madam. How to use these COs question paper format for MCQ based question paper?
Yes, for MCQ based question paper also you can use this Bloom's taxonomy action verbs. In our college, for every question paper, we make the articulation matrix again for mapping also COPO and the levels also. And we compulsory moderate those question papers, even if it is an online question paper or MCQ based question paper, it is moderated. And for every question we write the level of that question, whether it is remember, understanding, application. Because these three levels are judged through your class test, even if it is online or offline mode. Okay, so you can use those action verbs always. You are not assessing the higher level through your limited time exams, right? So all these three levels can always be assessed.
One more question in chat box. Indirect method is compulsory even though we achieve attainment through direct method.
Please pardon, I didn't understand the question.
Indirect method is compulsory even though we achieve the attainment through direct method.
Which method is compulsory you are saying, sir?
Indirect method.
Indirect method is?
म्हणजे डायरेक्ट मेथडनी जर आपली अटेनमेंट होत असेल तर इज इट नेसेसरी टू इनडायरेक्ट मेथड इज ऑल्सो कन्सिडर.
Yes, you should have the indirect methods also, because if you look at the 7 POs, these POs cannot be directly attained through your direct assessment or assessment tools rather. If you consider your end semester exam, progressive exam, PRP exams, these are time framed exams, right? So you don't have those COs. Say you want to judge the lifelong learning, you want to judge the communication, you want to judge the team spirit of the students. That is not possible at level 3 through the direct assessment tools. And that is why you require the indirect assessment. Rather, the committee when visits, they focus on what kind of internal assessments, indirect assessments, internal as well external you have done, and how you have analyzed those, how you have taken the feedbacks on those ways or surveys you have taken. Okay? So they are necessary. As per your requirement, you can change the percentage, but it should not be 50-50. More weightage should be on for the direct attainment processes.
Okay, one more question. Is it compulsory to map every COs with PO?
No, it is as per the requirement, as per the difficulty level of the subject. It is not so that every CO will be mapped with all the POs. When you map CO with a PO, you'll have to see what kind of action verbs are there in the PO, and accordingly you will frame your CO. Fortunately, in the MSBT system, you have your COs given by MSBT in AISSMS curriculum. You just have to relate them with the POs of NBA and see accordingly at what level it is matching. If it is matching little bit, you can say the level 1. Like some action verb is common in PO1 and CO1. You can say only one action verb is common. I have given you the justification in my presentation for the why it is one and how will you justify. So that way you first find out, can you justify that it is one, and then you put one. You have to go other way around. First you see the outcome and then act accordingly. So if you want to place PO1 as 1, CO1 and PO1 as 1, can you justify that 1? That you see first and then you map.
Okay, one more question. Module coordinator. So can you explain the role of that module coordinator?
Module coordinator is a domain coordinator, rather a subject expert. So suppose you have a subject in your department, it is taught by say 3 faculties. One of the faculty which is senior, that you can say as a domain coordinator, who will be responsible for the final mapping of that particular course.
One more question. Which method we can use to calculate indirect attainment?
Hello?
Which method we can use to calculate indirect attainment?
Indirect attainment, you always have to take a survey. You'll have to form a questionnaire. In that you can give some like rubrics you generate for that particular survey. Like suppose you want a program exit survey. A program exit survey is there for the 3rd year students, right? So based on your program specific outcomes, POs, you can form a questionnaire, say 10 questions or 5 questions, and you assess them on 1, 2, 3, 4 levels, and then you analyze them. That you put as an indirect assessment tool, and you measure it for attainment, or you use it, consider it for the attainment of your course.
One more question again. Class test 2 for the online exam which is conducted by MSBT. So how will you achieve the COs for the class test 2 which is conducted?
Yes, the same problem in our institute also. When you have a class test 2 as a online, and that too you have a shuffle questions, you don't have a specific COs mentioned for every student, like you are not comparing apple with apple in that time. So what we do, we place all those marks under all the COs. We consider them all under all the COs, but additionally we take the practice tests for the COs which are not considered for class test 1. So suppose I have 3 COs, I have taken my class test 1 on CO1, then what I do, I take a practice test separately or a preliminary exam on the other 2 COs, and I consider them when I find the attainment of a course. See, finding result analysis and finding attainment of course is different. I want to find out whether that particular CO2 or CO3 is percolated. So I can use any method, any internal assessment tool to judge that. But in our attainment sheet, we consider the online marks which are given by the MSBT. Also we consider the practice tests taken by the faculty members.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, madam, for today's session on learning outcome. Madam has well explained how to map COs, POs with justification. She has explained how to design questions using Bloom's technology with many examples having different levels. She has explained very well about CO attainment, PO, PSO attainment and PEO attainment. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Next session will be at 1:30. Before that, you have to solve question. Link will be given in chat box. For online also in chat box, link will be given. For offline on the WhatsApp group, link will be given. Up Up to next session, you can solve this quiz before starting next session. Good afternoon, one and all. Now, next section will be continued by Dr. Mosmi Vanjale Madam on OBE in teaching and learning.
नाही तिकडे टाकली तिकडेच आहे त्यांच्या
Good afternoon, everyone. So, since yesterday you have been traveling through the journey of OBE, the sessions have discussed about what is the significance of OBE, what is the role of OBE in the teaching learning process, and the process starts with the definition of vision, mission, and PEOs, and how these statements are acting as the pillars of the OBE. All these discussions were made yesterday, and in the today morning session, the assessment and attainment of outcomes, course outcomes, program specific outcomes were discussed. And now in this last session of the FDP, I am going to discuss about the continuous improvement and whatever knowledge we have discussed till morning session. It is not just to be implemented, but its implementation should be for the continuous quality enhancement and improvement. So let's start this discussion, and I will be covering these points in my session. So starting with the continuous quality improvement. Now when we are talking about OBE in teaching learning, it is obviously required to maintain firstly the assurance of the quality, and secondly to maintain the quality as well as improve the quality of the education that we are imparting. So it's a continuous process. OBE is not limited for 3 years of accreditation. It's a process, and accreditation is byproduct of the process. So if we follow this process systematically, accreditation is going to happen. So we need not do this process for accreditation, but this process will lead us towards the accreditation. But important is it should be a continuous process. So in order to have this process continuous, what factors we should keep into mind is, it is expected to have improvements in specific areas or related to the admission quality. The process starts from the admission of the students. So we should see to it that the quality of the students admitting to our institute should go on improving. And this is going to happen through the admission quality of the student is going to improve through the efforts of all of us in our teaching learning pedagogy. So the way in which we deliver our courses and contents to the students, the efforts we do for enrichment of the personality of the students, the co-curricular activities, the extracurricular activities, the extension activities, all this will contribute towards the enhancement of the quality of the institute, and definitely that will lead towards the quality inputs getting admitted to the organization. So we need to take care, we need to look after the quality of admissions taking place. Then obviously we are talking about the teaching learning process. We assume that the teaching learning process is being improvised, improved, and we are using the latest teaching learning pedagogy, innovative teaching learning pedagogy, and that will definitely help our students to understand their courses, the contents in a better way, and that will lead towards the successful passing of our students. So improvement in success index is the another factor. Also the academic performances of the students in the first year, second year, final year, and so on. The difference between success index and academic performance is, anyone can add to this? What is the success index? What is academic performance and what is success index? Right. So success index is the number of students who have admitted in the first year. Out of those number of students, how many have passed out successfully after 3 years without any backlogs? So they are supposed to complete their course in 3 years for Polytechnic, right? So out of, suppose 60 students admitted in first year, 50 students passed and went on to the second year, and out of 50 students, 45 went on to the third year, and finally 40 students passed out. So out of 60 students admitted to a specific batch in the first year, out of those 60 students, 40 students passed out from that batch in 3 years course without any backlog. So this is success index. So we are supposed to take care that the success index should go on improving. Number of students passing in the stipulated period of 3 years without backlogs should go on improving, as well as overall academic performance in every year of all the students should improve. That is, the quality of result should go on improving. The average marks the students score, or the number of students getting higher CGPA, what we call as distinction or first class, the number of students scoring the marks in these categories should go on improving. Next important point, which is very, very crucial in this outcome-based education, is the placement count and the quality. So we know that we expect that majority of our students passing out should get placements. But we see that many of our students also go for higher studies, like diploma students go for degree education after passing out from the 3 years course. So we have a large number of students in Polytechnic who go for degree courses, and out of the remaining students should go for the placement. So we are supposed to take care of both these counts, that number of students getting placements and number of students going for higher studies, and remaining students can go with their own business, entrepreneurships or startups. So this placement count should also go on increasing, as well as the quality of the placement. When we talk about the quality of the placement, it is not only the number of students, that is quantity of placement, but the salary packages the students are getting, that should go on increasing day, year by year or batch by batch. Then the number of companies visiting to the training and placement office of the institute, more companies should visit. Also the reputed companies should visit to the organization, or we have certain core branches like civil engineering, mechanical engineering. So these core companies should also visit to the institute. Nowadays we observe that majority of the companies visiting and majority of the placements are into IT sectors. So we are supposed to focus on the core placements also, and we should try to improve the placements in core companies. So check that core companies are visiting for the recruitment should also be considered, and the quality of the placement. as we discussed, progression to higher studies is one of the important factors in diploma course. And from OBE point of view, attainment of course outcomes, program outcomes and program specific outcomes should go on improving batch by batch or year by year, as well as we are supposed to improve the facilities and resources provided to the students for enhanced or enriched learning experience. Now, when we talk about all these improvements are expected in various factors, in various fields of this educational organization, it is always necessary to identify where the improvements can be done and important to close this quality loop. Now, when we talk about closing the quality loop, what does it exactly mean is to ensure the continuous quality improvement. Process of closing the quality loop is very much important. So, for example, we know the concept of feedback loop, isn't it? So, it's a closing of the quality process. So, in a feedback loop, we send some input, we compare with the standards, and if there is difference between the standard and the measured input, then corrective signals are given, corrective actions are taken so that the standards can be maintained. So, this simple idea of closing loop is to be implemented in OBE also for continuous quality improvements. So, the quality loop, as we all of us are aware, that it is like a Deming's quality cycle, which we also call as PDCA cycle. P is the planning of the activities. So, we need to plan the activity in line with vision, mission and PEOs of the department, all the activities that we are conducting, curricular, co-curricular, extracurricular and extension activities. All these activities should be planned well in advance before the start of the semester, and they should be in line with our vision, mission, PEO statements. Then obviously execution of the activity is important. So, doing of the activity which has been planned. And from OBE point of view, doing the activity is not sufficient. What is important? Along with execution of the activity, we are supposed to maintain the records and evidences of the activities is also equally important, because we have to do all these activities year after year, semester after semester. And as I said, accreditation is byproduct of all this process. So, accreditation is there after every 3 years. So, we are supposed to maintain the documents for the 3 years for a specific cycle, or 6 years if we are going for that level of quality assurance. So, for 6 years we have to maintain the documents, and whenever the committee visits, all these documents must be shown or presented to the committee. So, we can show that this was our plan. We had planned so many activities which were in line with our PEOs and mission statements. But where are the evidences? Because they have been performed in past, and obviously we need to produce them in the future to the committee. So, documentation is an inevitable part of this process, and I understand that this is very, very crucial part in this process, because we are already occupied in our teaching, learning and relevant activities, and this is an additional process that we consider. But once we set the system of planning, the standard formats and the processes of documentation, and I guess MSBT has provided all the standard formats and they already have this process. So, for polytechnics, that should not be a big task for maintaining the document. So, it will happen as a part of process. So, execution, maintaining the records of all the evidences of the activities executed should be there, and then we need to check or measure the performances out of all these activities. Now, when I say activities, it is everything: curricular, co-curricular, extracurricular. So, when we talk about the curricular, it is related with the teaching learning process, the assessment, the feedback, the attainment calculations, everything. So, in attainment calculations, you are aware that we are setting certain targets, right? And we need to check whether the students' performances or the marks scored by the students are are sufficient to get the actual attainment, which will be equal to or greater than the target set. So this kind of checking we need to do, this kind of performance check we need to do, and if we find that there is certain gap between the target set and the actual attainment, then we need to plan appropriate actions. We need to set appropriate actions and we need to act according to the suggested actions. So this is a continuous cycle called as PDCA cycle, which is required for closing this quality loop. So we have to follow this cycle continuously in order to ensure continuous quality improvement. So when quality loops are considered, so they are there or they are operated at all levels of the attainment of outcomes. So majorly we are focusing on the attainment of outcomes. Now there are other activities also, like certain co-curricular activities we conduct certain seminars or expert lectures or industrial visits, and based on these events or activities we also get the feedback or survey from the students, and based on the analysis of the feedback or the survey we can also take certain actions, isn't it? So for the next time when we organize such events, any feedback which needs action to be considered can be implemented for the next time. This is what we usually do or we should do. But when we talk about the quality loop closing or improvements in OBE, so we are majorly focusing upon the attainment of outcomes. Now when we talk about attainment of outcomes at course level, when we consider a course or a subject which we call as a subject, so we need to set the targets for the attainment levels for all the courses. Now every course has number of COs. We mainly or majorly minimum 4 or maximum 6 COs or more than that some of the organizations or institutes may have. So you may have a separate target for every CO of every course. Then you have certain instruction delivery planned for that particular course, so that delivery of contents is done according to the outcome statements. And then after the assessment is done, after in-semester assessment is there as well as end semester assessment is there. So after the assessment we are calculating the attainment of the course or the course outcomes. Now this is being done at the course level by every teacher, isn't it? And then this is going to contribute to the program level attainment. So when we talk about program level attainment, it is related with program outcomes and program specific outcomes, as well as program educational objectives. So the attainment of POs and PSOs is achieved through all the courses or the attainment of all the courses in the curriculum, as well as the co-curricular and extracurricular activities which are mapping with the certain POs and PSOs. Again here we are setting the targets for individual PO as well as PSO. We are delivering the program for the 3 years. When we say program, it is all the courses you are delivering over the period of 3 years. The co-curricular, extracurricular activities over the period of 3 years. All of these are contributing for the assessment and attainment of program outcomes and program specific outcomes. So after we have completed all the 3 years course, we will calculate for that particular batch, we will calculate PSO and PO attainment. Now in both the cases, at course level as well as program level, we need to close this quality loop either by increasing the target level if the actual attainment is equal to or greater than the target. So when the next time same course is getting applied or offered, the targets need to be increased, because this time we are able to achieve the set targets. So for the next year when the course is being offered, the target has to be increased or enhanced. And what if the target is not achieved? Then we need to plan suitable actions for the improvements, so that next time when the course is being offered, the actual attainments will reach to the target or more than target, right? So this process we are already familiar with probably, right? But this is nothing but, or simply this process is called as closing the quality loop. And your outcome based education system is mainly focusing on ensuring the quality through this quality loop. So with this, we'll now move on to the discussion on criteria in your NBA SAR form, which talks about the actions taken on the results of evaluation of POs and PSOs, right? So in this criteria, we are supposed to provide the details of the POs 1 to 7 for Polytechnic and PSOs, number of PSOs whichever you have. For these POs and PSOs, what targets you have set, and then whatever actual attainment levels you have calculated, and then you are supposed to write the observations. Now what kind of observations we are supposed to write, or why we are supposed to write the observations? If we compare the actual attainment level with the target level, if there is gap between these two values, then we need to plan for the actions. When the gap is positive or negative, gap can be positive or negative, right? So if the attainment level is more than target, then we need not plan for any actions, but we need to ensure that that quality is to be maintained. It has to be sustained. And whatever actions you had taken for reaching to this target level, those should be continued. So you should not stop those actions which you have taken, the efforts which you have taken to reach to this target level, right? You may not reach to the target level probably in first attempt itself, right? In the first attempt we may not reach to the target. In the second attempt, through certain actions, we may reach to the target, and then for the next cycles we need to continue those actions so that this attainment level can be maintained or sustained. So here next point comes, what if the attainment level is less than the target? And in that case we need to write the observations if the attainment level is less than the target. So how to write these observations? How to go back, traverse back and identify the actions, or before the actions we need to identify the areas of weaknesses where we need to improve. So these are nothing but the observations. What are our observations for not achieving the target? So we know that the direct attainment of POs and PSOs is based on the attainment levels of the courses in the program, right? And the next point is the POs and PSOs are directly attained through the courses and the course attainment values. And the second important point is the strength of mapping between CO, PO and PSOs, right? So we have all the courses, their mapping with POs and PSOs. So both these factors are contributing in direct calculation of POs and PSOs. Now when we talk about these activities like co-curricular or extracurricular, they can also be mapped with POs and PSOs. So do you consider these activities in calculation of POs and PSOs? In direct or under indirect category? We usually consider it under indirect category, correct? Yes or no? Yes. Because when we talk about direct, they are based on the marks scored by the students in various exams. And when we talk about the indirect, they are basically based on the surveys or the feedback forms of the activities. But when we talk about the co-curricular activities, they are basically technical activities, right? Related to the curriculum, mapped with the curriculum. And it is expected that these activities should be mapped with the program outcomes, and they should also get evaluated. They should also get evaluated through small tests like quiz. A small quiz can be asked based on this activity, or if you are conducting a workshop, hands-on training workshop for a particular course, at the end of the course students are building small projects, right? So if you have a workshop on project based learning, in this workshop students are building a small prototype or project in this hands-on training workshop. So this can be assessed using evaluation rubrics. This activity can be assessed using evaluation rubrics, and then we can evaluate this activity in terms of scores or marks. So in quizzes or in small tests or the projects like activities or poster like activities or even presentations, as well as submission of the reports, can be assessed through rubrics and evaluated for the marks scored by the students in these activities. Now obviously not all the co-curricular activities can be evaluated like this, but as far as possible through evaluation rubrics it is possible to have marks calculated or given, scores calculated for all the students, and these scores can be mapped with the POs. Obviously the activity will be mapped with the POs, and these scores can be used to calculate the PO and PSO attainment. This can also be done. And for the extracurricular activities, then you can have the surveys or feedbacks, and they can be considered under indirect attainment. And we give lesser weightage to that because in extracurricular activities all the students are not participating. Few students are participating, few students are representing the institute at state level or district level and so on. So for calculation and assessment of the attainment values, it is necessary that all the students must participate in those activities. So in the courses, in the subjects, the examinations, all the students are participating. Obviously some exceptions like students remain absent. So that is an exception, and very few number of students remain absent. But majority of students are participating in all the exams. Students participate in co-curricular activities. Majority of the students participate, so they can be considered for calculation of direct assessment and attainment of POs. And extracurricular, if you consider that majorities or very less students participate, so that can be done through the surveys or feedbacks and can be considered under indirect attainment. Then through this, so we have all the courses attainments, we have mapping of all the courses with the POs, we have these activities on the other side. Now we have to consider all these things while writing the observations for planning of the actions. Now how to write the observations is, very first step is find out the POs and PSOs which are having low attainment levels as compared to the targets. So you identify that suppose PO 1, 3 and 7 have low attainment levels than the target. Now what we have discussed is PO attainment is based on CO attainment. So then go back in the reverse direction and find out with which courses these POs are mapped. So PO 1, 3 and 7 are mapped with different number of courses from first year to last year or third year. So you list out all those courses which are mapped with these POs and PSOs which are having low value of attainment as compared to target. So list down all those courses mapped with these POs and PSOs. And after we have identified the courses, now it is another point that a course has multiple outcomes, right? A course has multiple outcomes, and we calculate the outcomes or we calculate the attainment for individual outcome, right? Is it the process same with you? If you have 6 course outcomes, you calculate the attainment of all 6 course outcomes. Again there you are having separate targets. So we observe that. So if we take an example of any of your course, suppose basic electronics engineering is one of the courses, then it has 6 course outcomes. So you calculate the course outcome attainment of all the 6 COs, and for every CO there is a target. It can be same target or it can be a different target. The method is maybe different for different colleges. Now in these 6 COs, what we observe that for 4 COs the value of attainment is more than the target, and for 2 COs the value of the attainment is less than the target, or it is low. So we have to identify those course outcomes which have low attainment values. Getting? And then go back. So these specific COs have been identified where we are having low attainment values. And now we have to go back and see into the contents of these COs. COs are based on the contents of the curriculum. So go back and identify that curriculum content for which these COs are defined, and then based on the curriculum contents you can plan various actions through modifying the mode of delivery. Now we use different modes of delivery: chalk and board, PowerPoint presentation, or role plays is there, group discussion is there, crossword puzzles is there. So there are various ways, or through certain group activities, assignments, case studies, we are discussing the points or the curriculum contents in the classroom. Sometimes through industrial visits also we are delivering the contents, or the theory part which we had discussed in the class is further extended through the industrial visit for getting the real life application of the theory concepts that we discuss in the class. So through this process also there is a strengthening of learning of the students. So you can decide if it's more theoretical concepts and student find it difficult, or it is more mathematical concept and student find it difficult to understand and reproduce during the exams. Then if you change the mode of the delivery of the contents, will it change the level of learning of the students, right? So in certain contents which are more mathematical, if you go and solve a single example and expect students to understand it, then probably it may not work. But if you arrange an extra session wherein a tutorial session, for example, you ask the students to solve variety of problems which you had discussed already, so that may probably help the students to have a practice of solving the mathematical numericals, and they may have enhanced learning in that particular topic or the contents. So thus by changing the or modifying the mode of the delivery of the course contents can help to improve the course outcome attainment. Or if it's related to practical, so sometimes we find that the list of practicals given in the curriculum is missing some of the prerequisites or some parts, and if it is added, then probably students may better understand the concept. So we can add an extra practical in the already existing list for clarity of the contents. Conducting extra workshops, like if a subject is there wherein performing hands-on activity is important than a theory content delivery in the class, and through the exercise of workshops or add-on courses, value-added courses, probably students work in groups, team building takes place, and they also help each other in the activity. So therein the understanding or learning is better, so we can go for conducting the workshops for a specific content in the curriculum. Upgrading the experimental or lab setup or resources available in the lab. So probably we have certain number of kits in the laboratories, and we have an arrangement that a kit is being shared by number of students or a group of students. So we usually observe that if there are more than 4 students working in a group, then only 1 or 2 students are working with the kits and others don't get the chance to work on it. So if it is possible that I can increase the number of experimental setups so that number of students per setup will be lesser, and everyone will get a chance to work on that experiment, and that will enhance their learning. So if we can do it, so likewise we can upgrade. So these are few examples by which we can enhance the learning experience for improving the attainment of course outcomes. And by doing this, this is going to obviously lead to the improvement in the attainment of program as well as program specific outcomes, because they are mapped with each other, isn't it? And low attainment in courses will lead to low attainment of program and program specific outcomes. So with this all process that we follow, it is necessary that we should maintain the documents of calculating the attainment of POs and PSOs, right? For all the years, at the end of every batch, we are supposed to calculate POs and PSOs attainment. So maintain all those documentary evidences of the calculations. Then how do you identify the gaps and shortfalls or weaknesses? The table which we had seen just now, we have to find out the areas wherein we need to improve and the actions by which we can do the improvement. So this gap identification should be there, and plan of actions. So all these activities carry certain marks. So we are supposed to do them specifically as per this evaluation guidelines given in the accreditation manuals. So when we talk about the gap analysis, so in gap analysis, we are supposed to do the gap analysis for both course outcome attainments as well as program outcome attainment. So here I have given one example that for a particular course, the course code which we follow at our institute is C for course, 3 for third year, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are the number of courses in third year. And then 0.1, 0.2, 0.6 are the course outcome statement numbers. Probably we follow this kind of coding, or at your organization or some other organizations, they may be having different coding. So for every CO, we set targets. Now again, let me clear one point here. In certain institutes, the attainment calculation is directly done on the scale of 3, or in certain organizations or colleges, it is done on the scale of 100. And then finally, on the scale of 100 is converted on the scale of 3. So there may be a variation in this process. So whichever method you follow, the same logic applies. So if you follow a scale of 100, then the targets will be in terms of percentages on the scale of 100. So you can set a target of 70%, 60%, 50%. You may be having your own process of setting the targets. So accordingly, you are setting these targets. You are calculating the CO attainments on the scale of 100 or on the scale of 3 as per the process that you follow. Now I am talking about this as the logic that you follow, the process that you follow, because there may be variation in this processes institute wise. There may be slight variation. So whatever method you are following, accordingly this table will be prepared. And then we have to identify the CO attainment gap just by subtracting the target from the actual attainment level. So we get the values as positive difference or a negative difference. So when the difference is negative, we find that the actual attainment of CO is greater than the target, right? When the difference is negative, the actual attainment is more than the target, and it is positive in other case. So whatever, that doesn't matter, we just have to look into the case whether the attainment is greater than or lesser than. And then we are supposed to propose the action plan to bridge the gap. Now this action plan should be based on the observations as we discussed just now, and then different actions can be planned for bridging this particular gap. And to close the loop, to close the quality loop, we have to increase the target if it is achieved. So in this case, the first row, the target is 70% and the actual attainment is 84.80. So here the actual attainment is more than the target, so it is achieved. So we need not we need not go for any action plans, but we can state that certain actions which you want to take for a particular CO will be continued to maintain the quality or sustain the quality. This can be mentioned. And now it is necessary to increase the target for this particular CO. Now what should be the value of the target? Increased value of the target, how will you decide? Increase in the target? How will you decide whether the, yes sir, it should be greater than the PO or PSO the actual attainment value, you mean to say, right? So the target, new target should be at least equal to the actual attainment or greater than that. So here it is 84.8. So for the next year, next batch, this target can be 85%, because already in this year we have achieved it. So for the next year, this target should be increased at least equal to the level of actual attainment this year. I think I have written this formula opposite. Target minus actual attainment should be there. So the negative value will be the difference when actual attainment is greater than the target. And for all other values, like for CO number 2, CO number 4 and 6, right? So these values are less than the target. So you have to go back. Now here itself we identify the contents or the delivery of the contents mapping with CO number 2, 4 and 6 need to be revised, right? The way in which we deliver or the experience if needs to be enhanced, like the various methods that we can enhance, we can use to enhance the learning experience, need to be planned. For these 3 COs wherein the actual attainment is less than the target, we need to plan the actions and write the actions here to bridge the gap. And then obviously these COs are mapped with the POs. So the lower attainment levels here will also affect the attainment levels of POs and PSOs later. So once we make improvements in CO attainment, those will be definitely, obviously getting reflected in the PO and PSO attainment levels. So we need to work on this ground level of course delivery, course experience enhancement and improving the attainment of course outcomes. So similarly, similar kind of table can be prepared for PO analysis, PO gap analysis. The difference here would be the POs 1 to 7 or 1 to 12 will be listed, PSOs will be listed, targets, actual attainment values, and then gap, and then actions to propose the gap. Now here for POs there will be multiple actions. When we talk about the course, maybe for one course outcome you can propose 1 or 2 actions, you can plan 1 or 2 actions, right? But when you go for program outcome or PSO, one PO or PSO is mapped with multiple courses, right? And then multiple actions for those courses need to be considered while writing the action proposed to bridge the gap in this particular table. So you have to consider all those actions. Maybe there are certain courses from first year, few courses from second year, and few courses from third year. So we have to be very specific about it. In the course number so and so, so you have coded all the courses from first year to final year. So you have to be very specific. In the course number, as per your coding, it may be something different. For as per my coding, in course C101, which is the first course in first year, So in course C101, it is observed that the students are not able to score good marks in practical performance in certain kind of experiments. So to enhance the learning experience, this so and so action has been proposed. So we have to be very, very specific. Usually what we do is we write generalized statements, right? To conduct workshops, to conduct industrial visits, to conduct training sessions or expert lectures, to conduct lectures for content beyond syllabus. We write these generalized statements, but we should avoid writing it in a general statement form. We should be specific, right? Because that PO is getting mapped with certain course, and that certain course has low attainment for a specific CO, and that is mapped with certain part of the course, either theory or practical. So you need to talk specifically about that theory content or practical content, and then action based on that part should be specifically written. So please try avoid writing general statements, right? So that is not the proper action for closing the quality loop. That may not lead towards the enhancement of the attainment. That will add to some of the enrichment of the students definitely, but when we be specific, then the experience for that course, for that content, that topic will also enhance, as well as it will also contribute to the enhanced CO and PO attainment. And then as we discussed in case of COs, if targets are attained, then for the next year they should be increased, and if not attained, then action should be planned and continue with the same targets for the next years till they are attained. So one thing we need to remember here is, it is not important to show that we have reached all the targets for the CO attainment. What we usually try to do is, we try to reach the level of attainment of 3. How come? We know. Only the teacher knows how come we get the attainment of 3 or 100%. But that is not at all expected. What is expected is, you are trying to improve your performance year by year. But we try getting the attainment level of 3 so that we can avoid planning of actions to bridge the gap, right? But when this is happening, then obviously there is a question mark, ki how come the attainments of all the courses is on the level of 3? And then if we compare the marks of in-semester assessments and end-semester assessments, theory and practical and tutorials, then we observe a drastic difference in these marks scored by the students. And just by looking at the marks scored by the students, an expert can guess the level of attainments which can be achieved. So please don't try to get the level of attainment of 3 just to avoid actions to bridge this gap, because it is not at all expected that you should reach to the level of 3 in the first attempt. What is important is, you should take efforts for improvement. So if you are taking efforts, if you are able to show your eagerness for improvement, your efforts for improvement, that is what is expected ideally. So it's a continuous quality improvement process. And eventually we are going to achieve the level of 3. Not in 1 or 2 cycles of accreditation it is going to happen. It is going to take enough of the time, right? Because we have started implementing OBE concepts recently. We are still trying to learn, digest and implement these concepts. So obviously it is going to take certain time. So please don't be under the impression that all the attainments levels should be equal to 3 so that we can avoid planning of actions. Please don't do that. Whatever is the real score and the real attainment, let it be. But you take efforts, you show that you are taking efforts. Your efforts should be visible through the activities that you are conducting. And I think it is not difficult because we are already taking lot of efforts, right? Only thing is all the activities should be focused and targeted to this. Many times we observe that I am doing lot of activities but don't know why I am doing it. I am organizing an industrial visit. For what purpose? Don't know, right? So if I am organizing a specific visit, then how it is helpful for this particular activity? Just check it, right? And then you do it for the sake of bridging the gaps. A workshop, just don't organize a workshop because the resource person is my friend. Don't do that. Organize a workshop so that I can bridge this gap. And I understand that there are certain limitations in execution of these plans too, because all the stakeholders are involved in this process, right? So internal, external stakeholders are involved in this process, and there are certain difficulties in the implementations also. So it is there at every institute level. But please avoid doing these things so that the actual essence of OBE can be followed and the process of accreditation will come out as the outcome of this process that we are following regularly and sincerely. That is the message that we should get from this process of continuous quality improvements. Now here is an example for the analysis and the proposed action. So you can just go through this. Probably this would have been discussed in previous session also. So in this example it is seen that for a lab course or a laboratory assessment, it was a low attainment level because of certain lab equipments are not sufficient for the performance of the experiment. Students were not able to understand. This was an observation for in certain particular college or the manual. So the action taken was upgradation of the equipment. So sometimes these decisions are based on the management. So we need to propose this to the management, seek their approvals, write the reason why we want this upgradation to be done to the management and get these upgradations done. But this is from resource creation or upgradation side. But another example we can see here is for if you are assessing the projects. So for projects assessment is done based on the rubrics. Yes, you must be having rubrics for project assessment. So here we found that students are able to complete the projects, but they are not aware about the planning process, the finance management, or managing the projects, evaluation, how the evaluation takes place. They are not aware about this. So we need to take the action that we prepare rubrics for all these steps in your project execution, and these rubrics should be discussed and distributed to the students before every assessment and evaluation. So project is not the assessment which takes place at the end of the year or the semester. It's a continuous assessment, isn't it? You get the first presentation. You must be having your own process. Firstly, students gave the presentation on the shortlisted topics or the synopsis, and then a finalized project statement is there. Then they are supposed to give progress presentations. So this may be the method used in certain organizations. So it's a regular process of evaluation and not done at the end of the semester or the year. Or even if it is done, how it is going to be evaluated at the end of the year or the semester should be documented with the help of rubrics, and those rubrics should be shared with the students. Another important point in case of projects is mapping of the projects with program outcomes is never known to the students. What is your experience? Have you experienced this? Students are unaware about the program outcomes mapping with the projects. And we say that all the POs are majorly achieved through the activity of projects. Is it right? Yes or no? Our courses, there are different courses. Do all courses map with the POs? All courses do not map. For certain program outcomes, we need to consider additional activities. But if we consider projects, then majority of our projects map with all the program outcomes, right? So projects are the only course or activity which are helpful to achieve all the program outcomes. So focusing on project implementation and execution of the project, process of project execution, management of the project should be followed very rigorously, because that is the only course in our curriculum which is getting mapped with all of our program outcomes and helping in achieving all the program outcomes. Second important thing is students are unaware that through this execution or implementation of the projects, these attributes in a diploma engineer or a degree engineer are getting inculcated. हे सुद्धा स्टुडंट्सना सांगितलं गेलं पाहिजे की why you are doing the project, because through this project you are able to apply your knowledge, right? Analyze the problem statement, design and develop solution for that problem statement, which will consider the issues like environment, sustainability, safety, etc. As well as they are able to work in team and individual when they are working on projects. They are supposed to write the reports for the projects. So during that, their communication written is developed when they are giving presentations, demonstrations of their projects through model or prototype or posters. They are presenting oral presentations, so their oral communication skill is getting enhanced. In projects, they are managing finances also. They are supposed to manage the time as well as finance in the projects. And this becomes a activity of lifelong learning for the students. So all these attributes, all these program outcomes are getting mapped and achieved through the activity of projects, and students must understand that. So when you are planning for your projects, you also plan in such a way that students are getting awareness about all these program outcomes, as well as your program specific outcomes will also get mapped with your projects, and you can also tell about it to the students, because during the visits of the committee experts, they will check the students' projects, they will see their demonstrations, and they may have discussions on this. So you should create awareness about this. So this was an additional point in this. So with this, we have completed with the discussion and actions on the results, on the evaluation of POs and PSOs. And now let's talk about some other points which we consider under continuous improvements. So as in the first slide, as we discussed, it is the improvement in the success index of the students. Now we know that this kind of table is to be maintained in your NBSR report. So herein some data is being taken from your previous criteria. Now you are entering the data in one of your criteria related to students' performance, and the calculations are taken from that criteria itself. But here, maintaining all the documentary evidences is very much important, and here we need to show the graph which is improving or increasing. So our base year is latest pass out batch -2, right? That is our base year. And in this latest pass out batch, the result or the success index of the latest pass out batch should be obviously improved than the previous year and its previous year. Now we understand that there are many factors in this. It is not only the efforts that we are taking, it also depends upon the resources, the facility, the quality of the inputs that we do understand. But it is clearly stated in the accreditation manuals that irrespective of the quality of the inputs, It is clearly stated, irrespective of the quality of the inputs, your outcomes must be improving. Now it may happen that sometimes it improves, sometimes it does not improve. Ideally it should keep on growing, the graph should be increasing. But practically there are other factors also affecting this. So then what to do? Then obviously how can this be done? So it may happen that in LPB minus 2 value was better, good. In next year it came down, and in third year it again came up. So the trend is not increasing, right? It is like this. So obviously assessment is going to be based on the improvement trends. Assessment is based on the improvement trends. So it expects that -2, -1 and latest year of pass out. It should go like this, increasing. But it is not going to work every time. Then what to do? Then the efforts should be shown, efforts should be taken that we are taking so and so actions so that improvements will be there. But certain times they may not turn out as per our expectations. But the next time we have taken efforts and trying to improve. Ideally it should keep on improving, but every time it may not happen. But that doesn't mean that we should stop taking efforts. At least we should plan the actions and keep on doing them, executing them, doing the efforts, and the same should be evident from the records that we are maintaining, from the documents that we are maintaining, and we should be able to show all those evidences during the accreditation visits. So this is a suggestion. Ideally improvements should be there. The next point is for the higher studies or placements and entrepreneurship improvement. Now this point is applicable to both. The previous point was applicable to diploma polytechnic colleges only. This point is applicable to both diploma as well as degree colleges. So here it is expected that your placements and higher studies as well as entrepreneurships should go on increasing, improving. So obviously the assessment is based on, for placements, number of placements, quality of placements, core industries visiting and pay packages, etc. For higher studies, now in your case, for polytechnic students are going for degree colleges, right? And some other competitive exams after diploma, if they could appear for, they can be included. But for degree colleges, they specifically appear for GATE, CAT, GRE, GMAT exams, and their scores as well as their admissions to the higher studies after their graduation, the count matters. And then third point is how many students turned entrepreneurs after the passing of 3 years program or 4 years program. So here we need to maintain a kind of table for 3 years. Now I have taken this example from one of the SARs. Now the years would be as per applicable to your process or cycle of accreditation. But we have to write the count of the placements, total companies visited, out of total companies visited, how many companies were core companies. Then the quality of placements, that is count of the companies registered in NSE, National Stock Exchange. So it is considered that the companies enrolled under NSE are high quality or having more quality as compared to other companies. So one of the criteria can be considered like this. And then the pay packages. So you can have a segregation in the pay package that you have, 0 to 3 lakhs, 3 to 5, more than 5, depending upon the package that your students are getting in the jobs after the diploma or degree course. So year-wise, you can have this kind of table maintained, and you can see that in certain rows, there is improvement, while in certain rows there the graph has been decreased and then improved, or it is decreasing. It is possible, but then still plan the actions and take the efforts for improvement in the next year. So probably in the year next year, that is in this table 2021, due to the efforts, there will be improvements than the current year 1920, and then for the subsequent cycles it will be definitely helpful. Similarly, we have to maintain a table for the higher studies. Now in your case, majoritarily they are going for degree courses, so that will be your row. And if any other post-diploma courses they may be going, isn't it? So post-diploma courses, certification courses are also there, so you can consider that here. And for degree courses, they go for MTech, ME or MBA, MS, any other program. So they can be listed here. And also the number of students turned entrepreneurs should be maintained. This is the table that should be maintained for the number of students appearing and qualifying in different competitive exams. Now here in your case, I guess there is no competitive exam for going from diploma to degree. But if any other competitive exam is relevant with the diploma students, those can be added. Now maintaining this table is not sufficient. Maintaining records is important. So for admissions of the students, basically for diploma or polytechnic students getting admitted to degree courses, you are supposed to show that progression to higher studies. So admission letters of all these students getting degree admissions must be maintained. So that will add to the strength of this point, that every year more and more number of students are getting admitted to the engineering program. And if there are placements, then we do have the offer letters of the students, but it is better to have joining letters if possible, because sometimes, many times it has seen that the committee asks for the joining letters and not the offer letters, because it has happened that they have got the offer letters but they haven't joined, or the company did not ask them to join. This can be observed in this particular, specifically in this period we are observing that many of our engineering graduates have received the offer letters but they haven't received the joining. So this is the problem, and then the committee expects that joining letters should be there. And then at the 11th hour it is not possible to collect the joining letters of so many students for so many years. So have a practice of collecting this data for placements, offer letters as well as joining letters if you are able to do it. And you can take help of your alumni association for this particular activity. Alumni coordinators, keep in touch with your alumni so that they are ready to help the organization in this process. Otherwise, we observe that once they are passed out, they are detached. And then it becomes difficult for us to collect all these proofs. So maintain a process through alumni association, through the connect, individual connect of the student and teacher, but try to get these evidences. For higher studies, admission letters are required. If not, you can also ask the student to send the photocopy of the I-card of the organization or the institute. Or if they are in job, they can also write an email through their official email ID stating that there are certain students who do not want to share their offer joining letters because the financial matters are being written there, so they may not be willing to share it. So you may ask them to write an email through their official email ID. These are alternative methods I am suggesting. These are not ultimate methods. These are alternative methods I am suggesting. Ultimate is joining letter. Ultimate is admission letter. But if not, then these other alternatives can be tried. But finally, the experts decision, committee experts decision will count, and that will affect the scores that we get in the assessment. Now the next point is improvement in the academic performance in the final year. So here the students are passing out after 3 years. So every year the results, the passing out results should keep on improving. The quality of results should keep on improving. So this table we are maintaining, and for the documentary evidences for this table, obviously we need result analysis. Authorized result analysis should be maintained, and all the relevant documents related with that, like we have results, ledger, etc. All these documents should be maintained. And one thing should be remembered here is just showing that improvement is taking place or the graph is coming down would not be sufficient. Efforts for that should be mentioned, should be relevant and expressed. Everywhere they should be reflected through the processes that we are taking this effort. Because the MSBTE is prescribing its curriculum, it is also giving certain requirements, certain methodologies to be followed, assessment tools to be used, assessment methods and the marking scheme, etc. They are sharing everything with us. Apart from that, what extra efforts we are taking, that will give an advantage, that will be an added advantage. So try to think about it, what extra efforts can be done for these improvements, and those should be reflected through your documentary evidences. Now the next important point in any teaching learning process is the academic audits. Academic audit is for ensuring that the quality standards are being maintained. So you have certain processes of teaching learning. Now when we talk about the assessment criteria for this audit, so every college, institute, organization can have their own criteria for the assessment. Now basically what you need to check in this audit, that for every course outcome statements are defined or not, they are correct, relevant or not. This has to be checked. Then their mapping with the POs should be maintained and checked. Their attainment calculations should be checked and verified for correctness of the calculations. This is expected during the audits. And then the closing of quality loops should be checked and verified during the audits. So if for certain course targets are not being achieved or reached, then what actions were planned? So obviously those actions will be taken for the next year when the course will be offered, or the next semester when the course will be offered. But whether they are planned or not, are they appropriate or not, right? So again there in the actions we generally write conducting extra lectures, conducting extra practicals. For what? What will happen due to the conduction of extra lecture? Extra lecture based on a specific content, that should be written, because that particular content is difficult for the students to understand. So I need some extra hours to be engaged in that. That you can mention. This particular practical should be supported with another practical, so that has been added, so that these understanding will be clear. Analysis of these parameters were not included in the previous experiment, so this would help. So this is the responsibility of individual teacher, that the actions should be relevant, appropriate and justifiable. Otherwise we usually keep on writing conducting extra practical, conducting extra lectures, conducting visits, but that won't be relevant. So be specific about these actions. So in the assessment audit, you can also check the attainment calculations and actions, whether they are written appropriately, correctly or not. Then even other parameters, other documents or the factors which are part of your course file. So every teacher maintains a course file. So we have the syllabus, the notes, the presentations, the question papers, etc. maintained in the course file. So whether all these course files are maintained properly or not, that can be checked. Then the calculations for the success index or the performance of the students, academic performance of the students, the data for the placements, higher studies, entrepreneurship, along with their proofs, whether it is maintained or not. All these criteria can be included in the audit. So this process helps us in regular maintenance of these processes as well as the relevant records, and also we get certain time for the compliance of these processes if they are non-compliant or they are incomplete. If you start doing all these activities after 3 years, 5 years or 6 years, then probably it won't be possible to have them in place. But these academic audits help us to have a regular process and maintaining the documents systematically and properly. So you can decide upon what should be the frequency of this academic audits. You can have it once in a year or once in a semester or twice in a semester. As per your convenience, this frequency can be decided. How you are going to conduct this audit, what will be the structure of the program assessment committee or the audit committee, which particular committee member is responsible for assessing which particular criteria. You can do it based on your NBA criteria or you can have a separate list of criteria. So which criteria will be assessed by which specific member, and in that criteria what are the documents or points which should be verified, all those should be listed. So these checklists are to be prepared based on the assessment or conduct mechanism, and after this process of assessment has been executed, we will certainly find there are certain non-compliances. So we need to give the compliance period, compliance instructions to the concerned faculty member, and then they need to take actions for the compliances. So against the non-compliance point, the action plan must be stated, and during the period of compliance, these actions must be completed. So this process of academic audit must be followed very seriously and regularly with certain frequencies as a part of process, so that its effectiveness can be evident through a quality assurance and the documentation which will help us to get the accreditations by the relevant authorities. Now for degree colleges, the other accreditation processes are also there. For diploma mainly, NBA accreditations are there. So if you follow this audit process regularly, maintaining the records, maintaining the regularity of the processes would not be a difficult thing, and as an outcome of all these processes, achieving an accreditation would be a easier task, right? So if you are not yet following this process, or you are following some another process and calling it as academic audit, then it needs refinement, it needs restructuring, and then do it and start following, and this is going to definitely help you in your outcomes, whatever activities, whatever outcomes you are expecting, and towards the achievement of your PEO's mission and vision, they are going to definitely work out. So these are certain proofs, list of proofs that you should maintain. So since it's a regularly conducted, frequency of this is already known to all of you, so its notice should be circulated, proper schedule should be circulated, the names of the assessment committee members should be circulated, and it should be a properly documented process which will have the assessment remarks as well as reports with remarks. Then based on the remarks of the assessment reports, actions should be planned and compliances should be done. So compliance report should be maintained, and again it should be assessed by the assessment committee member, relevant committee member, and then the loop gets closed. It is open till the action which you have planned for non-compliance is not complete. So once you complete the action, get it verified from the member of the assessment committee, then the loop is complete and the process of academic audit can become effective. Another point is new facility created in the program. So for the continuous improvement in all the various fields of the education, we need to create additional facilities also. Now these additional facilities can be in terms of infrastructure, resources, both. Both? Depends. If there is a new program introduced, we need additional infrastructure, academic resources, we need to purchase new equipment, right? Setting of new laboratories for additional requirements. If we already have the programs established, then to enhance the learning experience of the students during this particular program, we need to create new facilities, and this kind of table we are maintaining. What new facility we have created in last 3 years. But basically, we need to mention what facility has been created. So what we as a teacher can do is virtual lab or the software purchase, etc., library purchase, etc., can be done at the institute level or the management level. But there are certain facilities which can be created by the teachers, individuals. Like we can create our own YouTube conceptual videos which can be shared with the students. This is also an additional facility created. Because we have experienced through lockdown, in the lockdown period, that due to network connectivity issues, many students were not able to attend the lectures continuously. So if it is not possible to share the complete video of the lecture with the students, at least you can prepare short videos of 5 to 10 minutes of the concepts, and you can share them with the students through your institute's website or institute's YouTube channel. That can be also an additional facility created. Or even now also we see that sometimes students miss out the lectures and practicals. And then to make up with those missed part, they can make use of these concept videos on the YouTube channel of the institute or which teachers have shared with them. So this kind of facility can be created. Charts, models, prototypes can be prepared by the teachers or with the help of groups of students, and those can be used in the laboratories or classes while delivering the contents. Through these charts, models also students can learn. Even certain small projects can be developed in-house with the help of students, or final year students are working on certain projects. So those projects can be further extended so that they can be utilized for conduction of practicals in the laboratories. So this kind of facilities can be created in-house, and certain facilities can be created at institute level through the approvals of the management, etc. So we need to maintain the details about all these facilities created. So what kind of facility has been created? Reasons for creating this facility. So we need to justify why this facility is created. This is additional, but that will definitely help us at the time of explaining why this particular facility was created, like creation of the conceptual videos of YouTube. So why we created this particular facility, which I discussed just now, can be written here in brief. How it is going to be utilized, We can identify how many students have viewed those videos, right? Based on those videos, we can have certain assignments also. So we give assignments or tests for the students or homework to the students. So we can ask them, refer this video link, and the quiz will be based on the contents of the video. You have to submit a summary assignment based on this YouTube video. So likewise, we can ask them to refer and enhance the utilization of the facility created, and areas in which students are expected to have enhanced learning. So which particular area you want to focus? A specific area wherein we observe that the CO attainment is coming lesser every time. So those areas we want our students to focus upon. So you can create facility in that area. For that specific topic, prepare charts, models, videos. So you want to focus on that area, and then which POs and PSOs are relevant with that facility created. So for which contents that facility is suitable, that CO is getting mapped with that PO and PSO. So you can write that as well. And obviously the records, so facility like videos and models, charts, etc. can be visible through the laboratories or the classrooms wherever you have displayed them. Videos you have shared on your YouTube channel that can be shown. Virtual labs you must be using, right? We have started using virtual labs in the lockdown period. So utilization of virtual labs through the feedbacks submitted by the students can be maintained as the records. So all these things, so whatever we are discussing about, relevant records are by default to be maintained. And this point is relevant to the degree engineering colleges, that is improvement in quality of students admitted to the program. So improvement in terms of ranks or scores is expected. So every year the quality of the students coming to the institute, which we call as the input quality, admitted input quality, must be enhanced, must be improved. And this can be achieved through as I started my discussion of this session, through all the efforts that we are taking for the co-curricular, curricular, extracurricular extension activities in line with the PEO's vision, mission of the department and institute, is going to enhance the reputation of the institute, and that is going to attract the quality inputs to the institute. So this is responsibility of each and every resource, human resource, teachers and staff members working here, so that the quality and the reputation of the organization or institute enhances, so that the students with higher ranks and scores will seek admissions to our institute. So for this is specifically for entrance test and marks in physics, chemistry, this is for degree programs. So that is why these points have been mentioned. So we need to maintain all these records, their scores, the table has to be maintained, and the documentary evidences like list of students admitted, then the admission authority guidelines, because as per the guidelines, the category seats are being filled and scores and ranks cutoffs are accordingly changing, and the documents showing the scores in the entrance exam and PCM groups are to be maintained for the degree colleges. And this kind of table we need to fill in NBSR form for the years, that whether the quality is getting improved or not, and then the efforts need to be taken for improvements of the quality admitting to the institute. And here completes my presentation on continuous quality improvements, which included the process of basically PDCA, plan, do, check and act. So this is a continuous quality improvement cycle process, and in terms of OBE we need to talk in terms of outcomes, CO, PO, PSO, and then we need to check their attainments, check whether the targets are achieved or not, do the observations, which particular courses are responsible for lesser attainments, which particular course outcomes and course contents are responsible, then plan actions to improve in that particular area, as well as the other factors like improvement in success rate, admissions, academic performance, placements, higher studies, entrepreneurships, etc. have been discussed, and all these improvements will take place. All these improvements will take place when we follow PDCA cycle and the process of closing the quality loop. It should always be a closed loop system so that all these improvements will consequently follow. Right? So thank you for your patience listening, all the participants present offline and online, and thank you to the management and authorities of AISSMS Polytechnic for inviting me for the sessions yesterday and today. Thank you once again.
चाफेकर सर.
हाँ मॅडम.
हाँ, ऑनलाइन मध्ये क्वेश्चन्स आहेत का? एनी क्वेरीज फ्रॉम ऑफलाइन? चाफेकर सर.
हाँ मॅडम. क्वेश्चन नाही आहे अजून चॅट बॉक्स मध्ये.
एनी क्वेरीज?
Online participants, if you have any question, please unmute and ask the question. Otherwise, you can place that question in chat box.
I think all are busy solving the quiz. No? There is one question based on lifelong learning. The question is, which courses should be considered for mapping with lifelong learning, the program outcome of lifelong learning? Now basically, how do we map this lifelong learning program outcome with our courses is, what is our understanding ki any concept which helps students to sustain in their further years of the program, diploma or degree or their career. that we consider as lifelong learning, right? But when we go for mapping, the mapping is done based on course outcome statements and the program outcome statements. So this is definitely a very critical question, how to map the courses with the program outcome of lifelong learning. What we basically do is the course outcomes are mapped with program outcome. So your courses are having the course outcomes relevant with the technical contents majoritarily. So it is not necessary like that these technical contents are only responsible for lifelong learning. When we talk about lifelong learning, it is both the core skills, hardcore skills, as well as soft skills. Both are required for lifelong learning. So basically the course contents wherein the activity of identifying the need of further studies or improvements is done by the student themselves, then that is called as lifelong learning. Like in your curriculum you have Java programming, right? You have Java programming. We know that this is required for placement. Students will get placement if they know Java programming. But for excelling in the career later in their jobs, is knowing Java programming sufficient? No. There is something after that to be done by the students. So the course contents or the activities which will make students to understand that doing Java programming or learning Java programming is not sufficient. I must learn the advanced step also, the advanced course also. I must do the advanced course also. So this kind of curriculum content and activity is to be specifically designed. It will not be done through the courses that we already have. So we need to specifically plan these activities for certain courses like this. For Java programming, it is already there in the curriculum, but through certain activity or delivering a lecture of requirements of industries, you will have a lecture, expert lecture, like from industry expert you have organized, and in that lecture the industry expert talks about the requirements, skills, software skills required by a particular profile in the industry. And then the students will be able to identify, I know this, but I don't know this particular knowledge. I don't have it. So I need to do something in this. So it is a kind of self-learning activity that student needs to take up. So through this activity, through the feedback of this activity, you can ask questions to students. Ki this activity helped me to identify the need for so and so technology, learning of so and so technology which will be helpful for me in my career. So if students agrees with that, then we can show that activity was done for lifelong learning. And then certain students may take up the online courses for that particular content, which is advanced content, not in the curriculum. Then we can show that students were able to identify that this is the need based on the Java programming, further this is required, and they have done enrolled for the online courses or any external courses, and they have engaged in self-learning. This is basically the concept of lifelong learning. But what we usually consider ki I have taught this basic fundamentals of certain method, so that is going to help our students to learn in their future. Yes, that is going to help. That is the fundamental basis of any particular knowledge or technology. But we need to specifically plan activities to prove that. Otherwise, it becomes difficult for us to map the course contents with the program outcome of lifelong learning. So it is not going to map with your all courses, or it is not a rule like first year courses can be mapped or final year courses can be mapped. That you need to identify, and accordingly you can map the course or the COs with the program outcomes. And specifically through projects it is going to happen. Projects it is definitely going to happen, because in project students are using different technologies, and in our curriculum few technologies are included, while there are certain technologies which are not in the curriculum but students use them in their projects, isn't it? And then they learn on themselves. So that can be shown as lifelong learning, which is based on the self-learning required for completion of that project. This is how we can go for lifelong learning program outcome mapping with the courses or the activities. So your next question was PO attainment. See, while this is again a point of discussion how to set the targets for PO attainment. So what methods usually are being followed is, some of the institutes take the average of all the strengths of mapping, and that is the target for it. But that does not have any logic behind it. Strength of mapping is different concept and attainment level is different concept. Strength of mapping helps us to convert CO attainment on the scale of PO attainment. The mapping strength is higher, the contribution of CO attainment should be higher. If it is low, then the contribution of the course or the CO attainment should be lower. That is the significance of strength of CO-PO mapping. But that won't help us to set the target. A simple rule for setting the target is, which you consider as the base assessment year, M2, right? CAY minus 2, that is your base assessment year. So for this base assessment year, you have to consider a particular target that you can set as by considering the quality of inputs you have, the results of the courses that you observe till that particular year, the additional activities you are doing for mapping with the POs. By considering all these efforts, you can set a specific target for the CAY minus 2. It can be 50%, it can be 60%. So on the scale of 3, it can be 1.5, it can be 1.2, it can be 1.8. For the CAY minus 1, you have to decide this value based on all these parameters or factors. And then for the subsequent years, the same logic can be applied. If the target is attained, then you can increase it. If it is not attained, maintain it, but efforts and actions to be planned. Now for the first year, again, when we are considering the targets to be set, it should not be very low so that they are easily attainable, and they should not be unrealistic also that it becomes difficult to attain. So they should be realistic and moderate, and they can be achieved through the 3 years of course. It must not be attained in the next year itself or the current year itself. Through the 3 years or 5-6 years of course, they can be attained. So this decision, or there cannot be a specific mathematical rule to set the target. So for base assessment year, you can have your own parameters based on which you can decide the target. And that justification you can give or have it maintained throughout your process documentation. Higher level. Yes. Yes. Plan, do, check, act. See, it is, if we have gone through the previous cycle and we have already reached to the level of 3, we cannot come back. Ideally, we cannot come back. So we have to maintain that level. What you can change is, if you have internal percentages, you have the percentages like if 40% of the students score equal to average target marks, then level 1, 50% then level 2, 60%, that target is increased, but this internal ranges you can change. You can try changing this internal 3 levels if you have set like that. That is the only way, because once we have increased, we are also having the same problem. Everywhere it is the same problem. But once we have reached in previous cycle to the level of 3, we cannot go down. Or another way is, if the internal levels, if you don't want to change the average target marks, you keep them constant. But justification we need to give for all this. हो. Yes, but the reason there is the pandemic and the online exams, and everyone knows it. Everyone knows it, but as a part of process, we need to follow this. You mean to say the targets which were there in your previous cycle, you can maintain them for these 3 years also. That can be done. We have kept the same target levels. Because of the pandemic situation and the process, the limitations in the teaching learning process, we have decided to maintain the same targets. That you can tell. Yeah.
Thank you, madam. Madam has very well explained continuous quality improvement. She has explained documentation of POs, PSOs, plan of action, what actions to be taken with respect to gaps and attainment levels. Thank you, madam. We will start valedictory function within 5 minutes. बाहेर गेलेले सगळेजण लवकर आतमध्ये या. Good afternoon, one and all. Now, with the permission of all the dignitaries, we will begin the valedictory program. On behalf of All India Sri Shivaji Memorial Society's Polytechnic, I, Mrs. M.T. Dangat, lecturer in Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering Department, welcome you all for valedictory function of the 2 days faculty development program, Role of OBE in Teaching and Learning, organized by AISSMS Polytechnic, Pune. It's our great privilege to welcome today's chief guest, Shri Suresh Pratap Shinde Sir, Honorary Joint Secretary, AISSM Society, Pune, Principal Professor S.K. Giram Sir, all the respected speakers, participants for today's FDP, all HODs from various departments, and faculties of AISSMS Polytechnic. Now I would like to request Professor S.G. Anturkar Sir, HOD of Civil Engineering Department, to summarize this FDP.
Respected Shinde Sir, respected Giram Sir, Vanzale Madam, Gizare Madam, and my dear colleagues. I am here to summarize the 2 days activity, the FDP, on role of OBE on teaching and learning. Actually, it is very difficult to summarize the huge knowledge and information we received in these 2 days. But with the permission of Shinde Sir, I will try my best. Mr. Phate Sir in the first session explained the importance of NBA, why it is necessary. It is necessary because it validates the quality of the institute. It shows trust on the institute, which results in increase in admissions. And vice versa, if there is no NBA, there is no trust, no quality assurance, less admission, and in that case, it will become the question of our survival. Mr. Phate also explained what is OBE. It is knowledge and skill a student should get after completion of the course. In the next session, Mrs. Vanzale Madam, I request Vanzale Madam to correct me if I am wrong. The steps in process of formation of statement of vision and mission. She also explained the various committees and their functions like Program Assessment and Quality Improvement Committee, PAQIC, Internal Quality Assurance Cell, IQAC, Department Advisory Board, DAB, the frequency of the meeting and the members in the meeting, and their contribution to OBE. She also explained the stakeholders, internal as well as external, and their contribution in OBE. Today in the first session, Mrs. Gizre Madam explained the entire process of NBE, POs, PSOs, COPO mapping and justification with example, vision mission with example, internal and external tools of assessment, attainment calculation, all the files from P1 to P28, and most important, she gave us the tips how to face the NBA committee. Today in the second session, Mrs. Vandale Madam explained continuous quality improvement. OBE is continuous process and accreditation is a byproduct of this process. Improvement in admission quality, success index, academic performance of the student is very important. All the activities are to be planned in the line with vision, mission and PO statement. Keeping record is always necessary and it is very important. So it is very difficult to summarize all the points in this limited period. So I tried my best. I thank the All India Shivaji Memorial Society management, Shinde sir, Giram sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request our participants to share their experience regarding this FDP.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected Shinde sir, Principal Giram sir, Gizre ma'am, and Vajle ma'am, and all the participants. It is my pleasure to give feedback on this FDP. Actually, FDP started yesterday on 27 March. The first session was Introduction and Importance of OBE, that is Outcome-Based Education, which was conducted by Dr. Mangesh Phate sir. He explained all the minute details of OBE in simple language, and in fact it was very difficult to understand that, but he tried well and he was successful in explaining what is OBE. Yesterday's second session was Dr. Mosmi Wanzare ma'am. She explained how to draft vision, mission and PEOs and all the related things regarding vision, mission and PEOs. And we are enriched with the knowledge regarding tips and guidelines for drafting vision, mission and PEOs in her simple language. She cleared all the doubts. Even I am Criteria 1 coordinator of institute. I learned many new things yesterday, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Today, that is on 28th March, first session was delivered by Dr. M.S. Gizra, ma'am. Actually, she covered almost all the things related to NBA. She started with the basic information like what is outcome, and from that point she explained how to do CO, PO and PSO mapping, how to do attainment, and with giving concrete and simple examples. Then she also explained this Bloom's taxonomy action verbs, how to draft question papers with this Bloom's taxonomy verbs in her session nicely. Then the last session, which was, we can say, the masterpiece by Dr. Mosmi Wanzale ma'am. She told very simple manner that role of OBE in teaching and learning and the importance of continuous quality improvement. And the most important thing I like was gap analysis and action proposed. And I will never forget this plan, do, act and check method for continuous improvement. I take this opportunity to thank our management, principal sir, and all coordinating committee for organizing this FDP, because we are enriched with this knowledge of OBE education system, and we will use that while facing the NBA committee. Once again, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And on behalf of all participants, online as well as offline, I thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
I request online participants to give feedback. Zafikar sir. I request online participants to give feedback. You can unmute yourself and give feedback. Online participants, you can unmute yourself and give feedback. I request online participants to give feedback.
Just want to appreciate sincere and the hard work of such wonderful cooperative team of AISSMS College, and even thanks to them. And this is Supriya Munde from the Rasiklal M. Dhariwal Institute of Technology, Chinswad. I am happy to extend my heartfelt thanks to AISSMS College staff for organizing this most needed FDP, as this is most important criteria for the NBA, and not only for the NBA, but I would say very useful criteria in academics as well. It was indeed fruitful doubts clearing 2 days. I would like to thank all the eminent speakers, the session coordinator, and the entire online and offline organization team. Certainly, it was very smooth in its coordination. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Supriya Munde madam. Anyone else want to give feedback from online? You can unmute yourself and give feedback.
Please, those want to give the feedback, please unmute yourself and share your feedback.
Hello, myself Vidya Gudbole from YB Patil Polytechnic, Akurdi. I want to give my feedback. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Okay. It was very well organized FDP and very valuable FDP at the time of MBA sessions. And I would like to thank all the speakers in simple and very easy language. They had given all the information. Really it is helpful for our MBA also. And I would like to thank all AISS PMS team to organize such a nice and well planned FDP. Thank you very much. I would like to request only that if you could share recording links with us, that would be also helpful for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vidya Godbole madam. YouTube recording is on our website, YouTube channel. You can refer that. Now we will move towards valedictory function. I would like to request our principal sir to share his thoughts. I would like to request our chief guest Shri Suresh Pratap Sinde sir, Joint Secretary AISSMS Society Pune, to share his thoughts.
Om Namah Shivaya. Well, we are all in a last phase of OBE in teaching and learning FDP. This particular activity, definitely two stalwarts were here, Vandre ma'am and Patil sir. They have taken the responsibility of giving entire knowledge about this particular requirement. Why OBE and what is the importance of OBE? For every action, in a day-to-day action also, if you give some thought to your mind, you will find we always think of outcome. So, when you are coming to the office, you are going, looking at your children, nurturing them and trying to develop them. You have some particular action with outcome base. So it is a very simple way, in this fashion if you think of, you will realize in life every action is outcome based. Indian policy for educational policy, they have developed and started with, along with national education policy. Now and then they are taking the care, all the important figures of India and abroad, they are involved in particular development of our Indian culture, maintaining the Indian culture, and have the total upgradation of the total education, not professional education, not only professional education, right from first standard to post-graduation. They have changed, they are trying to change entire scenario. Earlier, the age was 5 years, I think, if I am not wrong, to enter into the first standard. They have made it 6 years now. So up to first to 7th standard, 6th standard, local regional language is also a must, along with the universal English language And 6th standard onwards, they have made, earlier it was just, some of the institutions were giving computer education, now they have made it mandatory. From 6, at present I think most of you have given standard 10th examination SSC board. So my dear teachers, there won't be SSC board in future. 10th will be abolished. Directly 12th examination will be there. And the syllabus for up to the level of 12th, they have changed in such a manner that boy will be or girl will be, who are making their 12th standard, they will be much more competent directly going into the industrial base. So it is going to affect the ITI. Because in between, after 10th, most of the guys used to go to the ITI. The best talents will proceed further towards engineering side. Some people will go to BCom, BA, BBA and other non-professional institutions. They have given thought of everything in this particular activity. This BA, BCom, MBA, BBA and other courses, BSc are of 3 years. Hello? Those courses will be of 4 years now. Then what about degree? Professional courses of 4 years. After passing out 12th, somebody is entering into the engineering side and going ahead with the 4 years course. Somebody is coming to the Polytechnic. They may change the Polytechnic also to the 4 years. The possibility is there. But after taking this particular education, it will be not with the mark side, it will be with the credit side. The credits you have achieved in particular academic field, that can be used anywhere. So boy doing diploma in mechanical engineering, he will have some credits with him while going for that course. He can go and jump to computer engineering also in future. If you want to go, having those credits, get it transferred to some other activity and he can change his activity also. Even while going with the mechanical engineering diploma only, they will have interdisciplinary actions also. Means a mechanical engineering student, if he says that okay, I want to have these 3 credits of computer engineering, 1 or 2 parts of academic parts of computer engineering allowed. Such type of mix-ups are going to come in future with you all. It is not done, they are working on it and it has to come. What is the future of Polytechnic? That already every one of you and whoever in the Polytechnic as a lecturer or any other designation, even the clerical staff, non-teaching staff, all are worried whether this education system, in between there was one rumor that totally in India they are going to curtail this particular Polytechnic's phase itself. There won't be any more Polytechnic as such. Dear friends, please do not bother for that. The NEP is coming in such a decent way. On the contrary, now the Polytechnics will be adopted by the foreign universities and government has already given the green signal to all the Polytechnics for this particular activity. So if they make it a course of 4 years, a guy coming for the Polytechnic, he can have 2 or 3 years here and 1 year abroad, or their portion will be taught by you all. He will get a foreign certificate sitting in India. That collaboration is also a much more major part at the management side and you all. We will go with that. We are not going to run away. We have to work on this and struggle and upgrade the total educational system, and for that OBE is must. For these missions also, outcome is we have some vision for that. That outcome will be there, and on that grounds we are going to work on it. So I thank you all. Sincerely, you all have attended this particular activity of this FDP. It is definitely going to help you all. Actually, today, AISSMS Polytechnic lost one non-teaching staff, Mr. Yadav, from office. He had a first and final heart attack. We had been, principal sir and myself both, we had been to his place to give condolences of all the staff and AISSMS management to those families. I request you all, let us stand for 1 minute and give respect to that particular soul. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Please have a seat. Every unit of AISSMS is a family, and you all are family members of this particular institution, not only institution, the AISSMS, that tag is with you all the time. So don't worry about your jobs and other things. Definitely there will be a backup from management side, that I assure you all. Thank you very much. Keep it up. Om Namah Shivaya.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable guidance on importance of OBE with respect to national education policy. Now we are at concluding session of FDP. Honorable Chief Guest, our principal, speakers, participants of today's FDP, all HODs, staff of AISSMS Polytechnic, I would like to express our sincere thanks to the management of AISSMS Society for always giving us opportunity to organize such great events. I would like to thank Shri Suresh Pratap Shinde Sir, Honorary Joint Secretary, AISSM Society, Pune, for being today's chief guest and his motivational words. My sincere thanks to our principal, Professor S.K. Giram Sir, for motivating us to organize such a great event. I would like to thank all speakers, Dr. Vanjale Madam, Dr. Medha Gizre Madam, Dr. Fate Sir. I also extend my gratitude towards all the participants for their valuable participation. Also express our sincere thanks to one and all who are directly and indirectly involved in making this program successful. With the permission of all the dignitaries, I conclude this valedictory function for 2 days FDP and request you all to stand up for national anthem.
जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक। जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।